Who's this?
Morning, Lunka, are you well?
Yes, but how are you?
Good.
Can you
I
just
see
check
you.
and see my presentation? I'm just testing now.
Lunka, we can see your desktop, not
Yes.
your presentation.
Okay.
Morning, Harry.
Good morning, Basil.
How you doing?
Good. Right, we're allowing people in. We will start in a few minutes' time.
It's not coming.
Frank, it's Andre Nelf, UJ. It's funny to see your face after all these years.
Check again.
Lunka, it's working now. It's fine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop share. So it's very easy. You just say share screen,
Yeah.
and then there it is. Then you just download.
Well, good morning to all of our good colleagues. Welcome to 8th April Transport Forum. Great seeing all the faces. Always looking forward to these great events and all the knowledgeable colleagues sharing information with us. Let's do a quick little bit housekeeping before we will officially start. Those of you not used to Zoom yet, just a quick orientation, and that is you will see at the bottom of your screen there will be a participants box. You can select participants and then you should see your own name and obviously other people in the meeting. You can mouse over your own name and you can rename yourself. Sometimes, you know, your gadget's name is showing instead of your own name. So you can put in your name if you want to. It's always great to see you on a call. And then there's a chat room. The chat room we use to greet each other. I see there's already people greeting each other there. It's great. Sharing knowledge there, telling people who you are. That's what the Transit Forum was all about, networking. And then also, you can post your questions in the chat room should you have questions for the panelists. And then during the panel discussions we're going to have today, we will allow yourselves to unmute yourself and ask a question. Now, how we do that is we use the participants box. So you will go into the participants box. In the participants box, there's an option where you can raise your hand, and then I will recognize you so that you can unmute yourself and ask a question to the panelists. So we do not encourage questions and so on during presentations. We will do that during the panel discussion. Guys, please keep yourselves muted. We're making use of the meeting facility, not a webinar functionality. Webinar functionality is too impersonal. Then we like people being able to unmute yourselves when you've been recognized. Webinar function, we cannot do that. So we will keep on muting people during the session to make sure that we do not have many background noises. I know sometimes it happens that accidentally we unmute ourselves and then we will ask you to mute yourself again. So that's the way we do it. Yeah, so should something go wrong, have a look at your inbox, your mail inbox. We will send you new information to join the session again. I'm just looking if I'm forgetting something. The presentations you see here, those that's been made available to the public domain, will be uploaded to the Transport Forum's website, and I'll show you in a moment how to access them. And further, it's important to enjoy the session, and we're really looking forward to this. So let me share my screen so that we can get our program up here, and we can, sorry, just a moment for me. So there's a program for the day. I'll give our host from SABOA, South African Bus Operators Association, just now opportunity to introduce us to the program. And he agreed to act as a MC for us today. Thank you very much, Basil, for that. We really appreciate that. But important now is to quickly give recognition to the sponsors of the Transport Forum. You know, guys, last month was our birthday month. So the Transport Forum last month was 14 years of age in the current format. And all these years, we managed to offer this platform complimentary to the public, as well as all the presentations presented at the forum. You know, our knowledge base contains more than 900 presentations presented over the past 14 years. So, and it's all complimentary. It's one of the strongest knowledge bases in transport, I believe, having a very big footprint. So you're welcome to download and learn and contribute to improving the process of transport. But all of that made possible by proud sponsors. And the Transport Forum, proudly, we do have industry alliances, formal industry alliances, and that is great. That's happening nowadays. It started happening in the end of last year, that we have the formal bodies in the transport sector, the professional bodies joining the Transport Forum formally. And that's, for example, South African Association of Freight Forwarders, South African Express Parcel Association, South African Bus Operators Association, African Rail Industry Association, and the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Obviously, there are many other professional bodies involved as well, but these bodies align themselves formally with the Transport Forum. So I don't know if there's somebody from SAF who want to say a few words. They represent, obviously, the freight forwarding industry. Anybody from SAF? Let me do the hard work this morning. With an estimated of 900 agents operating in the country, it's recognized that an industry voice is imperative. SAF liaises closely with many government departments and parastatal institutions, dealing with matters such as customs, port health, trade permits, border controls, export control of perishable products, cargo handling and security at harbor terminals and airports, plant quality, and road freight legislation. The association enables members to call on their collective knowledge and skills to determine and recommend practical and effective responses to the many challenges facing not only the forwarding and customs clearing industry, but also those affecting the commercial interests of their clients. This would be impossible to achieve by individual companies. Very important to have SAF as part of your portfolio. South African Express Parcel Association, somebody from SAIPA, want to say a few words? SAIPA, they comprise of over 110 member companies engaged in the express freight and courier industry. The large multinational operators are members as well as South African companies. So the association is representative of service providers throughout the express supply chain. Also proud of having Express Logistics on board. Let's go to ARIA. ARIA, that's the way Marcella said we should pronounce it, ARIA. They present the rail industry. Previously, they've been known as the Railroad Association of South Africa. Now we say the African Rail Industry Association, ARIA. Previously known as the Railroad Association, is the industry body that represents original equipment manufacturers, rail operators, and rail component manufacturers. Our representation includes rail and associated industries, including mining, agriculture, automotive, as well as the broader transport and logistics sector. That is ARIA. Thank you for Marcela and Slapu joining the Transport Forum formally. Then we've got a Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Anybody from SILSA want to say a few words perhaps? So they say they support the professionals who plan the roads, drive the trucks, bring in raw materials, and store the goods safely. They are the leading international voice for supply chain, logistics, and transport, they say. So that is SILSA. Basil, would you kindly quickly say a few words of SABOA?
Thank you, Harry. Yeah, morning, everybody. Glad to have you present today. I was going to do that in the intro, but not a problem. SABOA is the industry association representing the bus and coach industry and all the subsectors therein, comprising principal members who are operators and associate members who are service providers or the extended value chain to the industry. And the association has been active over well over 3 decades in representing the industry, promoting and lobbying issues that affect the industry, but has also been influential in guiding policy and legislative frameworks where applicable. Have memberships that range from SMME to large operators across the country and a couple of international members. And in the current throes of public transport evolution, SABOA, remains present and forefront. And we are thankful for the association with the Transport Forum, and through Harry, we are now able to host these kind of events or co-host with Harry on his platform. And we have many more of these coming down the line, which are very critical to the public transport future and integration. So watch out for those and we'll communicate accordingly. I'm the executive manager based in Johannesburg that coordinates and represents the activities of the association. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you so much, Basil. And indeed, we're very proud in having SABOA on board, and we're looking forward to many events being hosted by SABOA through the Transport Forum. We're so privileged in having you guys with us. Thank you very much for your support. Ladies and gents, then let's quickly look at our industry, media partners. We've got Freight News. They've been Freight and Trading Weekly before. They've actually been part of this Transport Forum since the inception of the Transport Forum. They say Freight News features are authoritative and insightful and are produced weekly, covering trade, transport, logistics, and related issues. Features are produced and distributed online in a PDF format the week they are released. At month-end, features are added to a printed compendium and distributed to importers, exporters, and their service providers. Yeah. So that's Freight News, and they're giving, obviously, the Transport Forum's good coverage through excellent journalists being involved through Freight News with the Transport Forum as well. We've got Railways Africa. Now, Railways Africa magazine is an African content specialist, trade, technical, business-to-business publication and online news service covering all aspects of the rail sector. With the current investment and future potential investment being made in rail and rail infrastructure projects, Railways Africa brings both global and local consultants, manufacturers, suppliers, and OEMs to the fore. Published weekly, online, and in print 6 times a year, Railways Africa is the authoritative publication for the rail industry in Africa. So very important to subscribe to these media houses. There are obviously many others involved with the transport as well. We always appreciate Engineering News, Irma, and them also being involved. So thank you for your kind support. Ladies and gentlemen, University of Johannesburg. I don't know if Prof. Jackie or anybody from University of Johannesburg want to say a few words about their involvement with the Transport Forum, perhaps. UJ, Prof. Jackie and his team today as well, Prof. Nolene Pisa, they been involved with the Transport Forum from the start and to a big extent also mentoring myself, and I really appreciate that. And they also have the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies. So this Institute of Transport Logistics Studies was created within the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg in response to the industry's need for independent, unbiased, relevant, and up-to-date research. Great to have them on board. Thank you very much for that. We've got CTRAC. Anybody from CTRAC? So they say, CTRAC, they say we assist our clients to transform their business with innovative software as a solution, Internet of Things, and mobile solutions. We are passionate about changing the way business communicate, collaborate, and operate around the world, allowing you to take action on the insights from our cutting-edge devices and cloud platforms. Our support and hardware solutions come together in clever, user-friendly, and powerful software systems, enabling your business to always be visible. And that's very important, to always be visible. Thank you. CTRAC also been very, very, from the very start of Transport Forum being involved with the Transport Forum. Global Trade Solution. Anybody from GTS to say a few words? All right, they're a user-friendly cloud-based international trade and supply chain solution that incorporates the core requirements to manage all activities around international supply chain in a compliant and cost-effective manner. GTS offers seamless integration with the various entities in the international supply chain, including the statutory agencies such as the customs authorities. Thank you, GTS. They've already been a gold sponsor for about 3 years. Zutari, anybody from Zutari? They are consulting engineers, previously known as Oricon. They say the Zutari broad collective of in-house industry recognized engineering consultants and trusted advisors provide seamless and integrated delivery. This unique ability to offer scaled engagements allows Zutari to solve complex challenges more effectively. Grounded in digital engineering, we continuously innovate to deliver better results. Zutari creates share value and impact for our clients and the economies, the environments, and communities we operate in. Thank you so much, Zutari, being gold sponsor of Transport Forum actually for years. Bid Air Cargo. Anybody from Bid Air Cargo? They were established in 1996 as Express Air Services, whose fleet of freighter aircraft operate in an overnight hub and spoke domestic network. Over the years, we have constantly evolved as a business, learned lessons, and have made numerous changes to our business model. Now, as Bid Air Cargo, we offer various African passenger airlines and an air freight services agreement to manage the underutilized cargo capacity. The airlines gains revenue for the cargo capacity, which Bid Air Cargo manages and makes available to the express parcel industry. They have also developed other handling and marketing services for domestic and regional airlines. In 2014, Bid Air Cargo acquired the business of Imperial Air Cargo, which operates overnight freighter services in South Africa with a fleet of dedicated B737 freighter aircraft. Thank you very much, Bid Air Cargo, being a gold sponsor since the beginning of this year. Cuba, anybody from Cuba want to say a few words? Besides Basil helping me out, I'm the guy doing all the hard work this morning again. Cuba, yeah, they've previously known with us as Wix Technology. Now they're Cuba. They've been a gold sponsor with us for about 6 years already. They say at Cuba, we believe ticketing should be safe, simple, and secure. That's why we deliver ticket as a service. For too long, ticketing systems have been complex, inefficient, and expensive. Transport operators have spent years and millions installing, upgrading, and maintaining ineffective systems that passengers didn't understand. Well, no longer. Cuba's lean, efficient, and scalable platform provides a modern solution to a traditional problem. Our range of plug-in and play systems are deployed in a matter of weeks and seamlessly grow with operators' changing needs. With clients across the world and offices in London, Johannesburg, Rome, and Besancon, we are a truly global company with a truly global vision to banish the burden of ticketing. Thank you, Cuba. Standard Bank, anybody from Standard Bank? Well, they say the leading Africa-focused financial services organization. Africa is our home and we drive her growth. That's a nice way to state it. Standard Bank's been an ad hoc sponsor for many years, and since October last year, they joined us as a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum. EasyClear. Anybody from EasyClear want to say a few words? So EasyClear provides software as a service to the freight forwarding, clearing, and logistics community in South Africa and neighboring BLNS countries. We strive to ensure service excellence through our expert team who understand the freight forwarding and customs clearing industry. We have also forged strong relationships with SARS, IATA, and DSBA to ensure that you, the client, are kept up to speed with industry developments and changes. Thank you, EasyClear. JC Auditors. Anybody from JC Auditors? They say their accredited certifications are recognized globally. They work with clients and develop specific solutions. Their goal is to provide professional, efficient, simplified certification solutions, enabling clients to achieve their business goals. And it's quite important to note that, you know, self-regulation nowadays is becoming so important in the world we live in. You can't do it without guys like JC Auditors. And they joined us as gold sponsor beginning of this year. Thank you very much, JC Auditors. Abunye is a company focusing on integrating the taxi industry into the South African industry to have the taxi industry recognized as a full mode of transport. It's Vusile Majola. They started sponsoring the Transport Forum last year in April. Thank you very much. A very strong team of consultants in the taxi industry and public transport space. Thank you very much, Vuji, for your support. Optibus, they are ad hoc sponsor of the Transport Forum, all about scheduling your transport solutions. Very appreciative having Optibus on board as well. And then one is not here, I want to give recognition to is Huawei. My apologies for not having the logo on here. It's a fault from my side. Huawei, you know, Huawei is so important to understand that Huawei not only provides cell phones, they actually very advanced in intelligent transport solutions. And they just became a sponsor of the Transport Forum from the 1st of April. And we're so proud of having them on board, going to tell us more about what Huawei does in the intelligent transport system space. So thank you very much for Tommy and his team for joining the Transport Forum. Great having them on board. So, ladies and gents, let's give a hand to all the sponsors. They're making it possible to us, and we really appreciate all their support. Now, looking at the Transport Forum's website, I said to you that the presentations will be shared on this website. There's the website. It's actually much more busy than indicated there on the screen. Our website's easily got more than 3 million hits per month. It's a very popular website, simple but quite popular. Lots of content there. When you log in, when you visit that website, transportseek.com, you will see to the left of your screen, you'll have a user login area where you should log in. Should you not have an account yet, then you create your own account by clicking on sign up. And sign up will take you through a simple process that you can create your own username and password, and then you can log in. And once you've logged in, you will go to events and you go and select the downloads feature. And when you've done that, it will give you a little search engine. And this search engine will enable you to search through presentations of the past 14 years, more than 900 presentations. So in the title, you can either type in a person's name or a topic, and it will search for those presentations, or a category. You can go and select today's date, for example, and bring up today's presentations that's been uploaded. So we commit the presentations made available today will be uploaded, as soon as possible. Let's say by 6 o'clock this evening, all the presentations should be uploaded there. So thank you to all our presenters and panelists making that possible. We've got a business directory. We outsourced this business directory to Olga Mashilo. You can take a picture of the screen. A number is there. This business directory is actually very popular. You can go and look on the Transformers website. Many companies are listing themselves there, and it's only 450 rands per year. So that's not really money. The revenue goes to our empowerment company, Blaine Montclair Consultants, and they administer this for us. And it's worth your while to be listed. And let's see who's who. As you can see, it's a very nice categorized business directory, and it's growing as we go along, and we're very proud of it. So after this event, you will also receive an email requesting your feedback on this event, and we will really appreciate your feedback. And there also you can indicate in that feedback whether you want Olga to contact you to be listed with the Transport Forum. Okay, so back to our program of today, and we're talking alternative energy vehicles. It's the 8th of April 2021. I would like to hand over to our host for the day, Mr. Basil Govender, and he's going to welcome you. I just want Basil to switch on his camera so we can see him for a moment, Basil, and you can say hi to the people, and then I'll put up the program again for you.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everybody. As I alluded to earlier on, SABOA is the industry association representing bus and coach and all the subsectors, comprising principal members as well as associate members, some of whom are present today. So thank you for making time, and we're looking forward to a good day ahead. Just some context and background leading into today's webinar. You would have been aware or might have come across recently the release of the National Household Transport Survey, as well as close as yesterday and the day before, a Competition Commission report covering public transport and issues. And in both of those reports, critically, it indicates that the bus sector covers around 23% of daily mobility requirements. So from a public transport bus industry point of view, there's been a period of at least 2 decades of protracted policy uncertainty. And through this period, unfortunately, the rising costs of provision of sustainable public transport services, together with the emergence of a growing SMME sector, combined with the failures of PRASA, and the fact that the taxi industry has grown to the largest percentage provider of mobility daily. The need for integrated transport systems and services, coupled with urgent need for review of current subsidy regimes, need to be front and center of all consultations. When we talk subsidy, we talk primarily the funding that allows for the industry to develop, to be innovative, to continue to provide sustainable transport. However, the industry has faced serious funding constraints, not the least from around 2009 with the introduction of the legislation around DORA, which is the Division of Revenue Act. And this has directly impacted investment and CapEx for bus replacement programs. So inevitably, you get a resultant impact on innovation, development, and embracing technology. You know, sustainable progress has become near impossible without all stakeholders understanding the challenges and working together. So that makes today's webinar a crucial discourse for the future of public transport. And it was with that in mind that SABOA planned together with Transport Forum to host today's event. And the initial outcomes are to initiate awareness of and the need for a discourse around alternative energy options, and also harnessing that effort towards implementation of the same. And we're going to drill down eventually towards the concept of electric buses. So by no means it's a once-off. It's a platform started today to be as inclusive as possible, as the industry cannot achieve transition to green, alternative, or digital options without the support and involvement of all affected and interested parties. So we're excited to initiate this webinar today. It's the start of a potential roadmap for the coming together to introduce and hopefully get us to a point where we can sustainably operate alternative energy options within the public transport sphere. Our program today, we've put a good program today to cover and including panelists that speaks to the areas of tests. That will be test feedback on tests done by Golden Arrow Bus Services. We have a talk on the impact of carbon tax from an operator's perspective from the Larimer Group. We're going to cover issues around the infrastructure and resourcing requirements, funding, Treasury's approach to taxation matters, and as well as then the overall approach towards harnessing these efforts towards sustainable industrial development broadly and within the public transport sphere. So thank you all once again for making time and affording us the opportunity to put this together. But I think that's enough from me. To get us started this morning, our first panelist or presenter is Hiten Farmer. He's the director from Uyilo. I've been told by Hiten that Uyilo means to create in Xhosa, and that has been the underpinning defining the program activities for creating e-mobility in South Africa. So Hiten is going to present on e-mobility ecosystems and the respective developments in SA. And as an intro, Hiten stands as the lead executive, a thought leader and industry expert, extending over 50 years in the profession. As the director of South Africa's National Electric Mobility Program, he delivers to the mandate of enabling electric mobility across both public and private sectors. He also serves as a liaison for multiple sector-related forums within South Africa, as well as internationally on advancing the e-mobility ecosystem. So welcome, Hiten, and over to you.
Thanks, Basil and Harry, for the platform to share today and also the introduction. It's a pleasure to join you online today and share insights on this very interesting and topical agenda of electric transportation and alternative fuel vehicles. As introduced, I'm Hiten Farmer, Director of the Uyilo Electric Mobility Program that has been active for the last 8 years on enabling the electric mobility developments in South Africa. With that, I'll get into my presentation and take you through that. So the topic I'll be speaking about is the e-mobility ecosystem and relative developments in South Africa. With that, the program activities of the Uyilo program have been on enabling, facilitating, and mobilizing the ecosystem around electric mobility. It is not only just about the vehicles, it is about the development of the ecosystem holistically. We cannot develop an e-mobility industry without the supporting ecosystem and respective developments and applications across this. And this is what has defined the respective facilities of the Uyilo program, as well as our activities in coordinating this locally and internationally on that. The program was initiated in 2013 by the Technology Innovation Agency and the primary fund of the program. In terms of Uyilo's representations, a wide footprint within South Africa in terms of a number of associations and activities in terms of guiding South Africa going forward alongside this, as well as international, leveraging international insights through key expertise and forums, and also bringing that back into South Africa. The program was also a founding member of the Global Sustainable Mobility Partnership, launched in 2020. So I think if we get straight into it, there's global growth around the electric vehicle scenario. And the biggest driver around this is around policy pressure. And this is what is then now phasing phasing out of internal combustion engine technologies. A number of governments have announced plans to phase out combustion vehicle sales, as per the image there. And then there's also a limitation in terms of market access, in terms of years remaining in specific markets, primarily where the vehicle manufacturers will be able to still introduce their traditional technologies of internal combustion engines. So these are the main drivers of what is pushing this agenda for electric vehicle technologies. It is combating primarily air quality within cities, which have impacted lives and life expectancy, as well as maturity in technologies of the vehicle technologies and battery technology and charging technology. So we'll unpack this further as we go along. So with that, there's been rapid developments around battery technology. And if we look at the graph there, the range coming out from electric vehicle models, passenger vehicles has certainly increased from the early technologies in 2008. We've seen rapidly growing up to 2018 and further expansion as we project that into the upcoming years and up to 700, between 650 and 700 kilometers range that's being achieved on a normal passenger vehicle. And if we look at the market introductions, certainly for 2021, and that's post-COVID scenario, there's a magnitude, an exponential growth of model introductions from all manufacturers into the market with that. And if we expand that and look at the projections, we can clearly see that there's an exponential growth of these products being introduced into the market. The image on your right-hand side specifically highlights the European market. And obviously South Africa and many other countries also import a lot of their products, vehicles specifically from Europe in that context. If we're looking at charging technology, that has also been advancing. There's a number of charging options that one has to be able to charge vehicles. You've got your home environment where typically 80% of your charging takes place, and then you've got the various infrastructure that supports that in the work environment and public access. And then on DC fast charging technology, you've also got the range of technologies that are available. With that, there's a lot of developments in this in terms of technology maturity and applications. We're seeing new technologies and some of the new technologies roadmaps are being developed, moving into the space of 3 megawatt charging, which is radical in terms of that. And in terms of the topic, also looking at the sponsors of today, SABOA and the bus industry, you have the relative technology that supports that. And the last two items and technologies thereof really speak to that in terms of high power charging for commercial battery electric vehicles. And then also the typical standard for bus charging that we see in developed countries, which is the typical pantograph that will charge the buses from that. So this is the development, this is the scenario and roadmap going forward. And what we're seeing also and acknowledging, there is going to be a move towards global harmonization of specific standards. Certain standards are within specific regions, and it's important to highlight that it's not manufacturer specific, but region specific through that. There are some standards being adopted globally, and then also some within specific regions based on local regulations and also applications in terms of voltages and requirements on that. Also advancing in charging technology is vehicle to everything, and with that electric vehicles and all other electric platforms will expand into V2X, which is everything. And through that, electric vehicles will be utilized beyond just mobility. They will be actually used to support the grid networks in terms of that. That is in applications of vehicle to home, vehicle to load, vehicle to grid, and vehicle to building. So basically, electric vehicles provide a mobile battery source. And through this, there's supporting technology already available today, both on software and hardware that expands this ecosystem for electric vehicles that it creates. On the global scenario for technology as well, obviously China is the biggest market currently with deployment on electric vehicles on the ground, and through that they have the supporting technologies. And then there's the other plug standards that also match into that. One of the recent developments that have been closely watched is the merging of the Chinese and Japanese standard, the GBT and Shiremo standard, into Shaoji, which is going to be the next generation standard which will also be backward compatible, including CCS2, the European specification. And what we see here is also some of the testing that's already been done across a number of manufacturers, not only the Asian manufacturers, but the European manufacturers as well. And with that, it's also important to note, as highlighted earlier, it's not manufacturer specific, but region specific in terms of that. And this is where we find specific regions all over the world adopting the specific standards to that application and then developing the infrastructure around that. The next item also to address is skills development. Electric vehicles come with a new technology, typically high voltage systems on the electric side. And with that, we need supporting skills development in the country and also training on these sort of technologies. So this is also underway in South Africa with supporting regulations also in the market already, which will be touched on later. It's a key component for PPE equipment and training alongside this, and we'll see these developments unfold within the country as well. In terms of the circular economy as well, electric vehicles are not only sustainable mobility, they're actually sustainable products. Some manufacturers utilize a number of recycled material into the building of the vehicles and also components that go into that. With that is also sustainable management of waste, which includes e-waste. And the batteries themselves, there is a process in terms of managing that in terms of all the way until recycling in terms of that. And there's supporting regulations and standards that guide that in terms of that. So if we zone into South Africa and you know, one of the aspects around that in looking at where do we stand in terms of that. So Johannesburg is ranked within the top 15th as the worst polluted cities in the world, specifically on air quality. The image on your left-hand side is a typical highway in South Africa and the brown haze that exists over the city. And through that, one of the contributing factors is the energy sector, 80% of that, and up to 11% of that from transport. And from road transport, what it has been highlighted that 91.2% of these direct emissions within the transport sector are primarily from the road transport, specifically across combustion of petrol and diesel. The other contributing factor alongside this is our poor fuel quality in South Africa. We are still on Euro 2 level, where international markets are typically at Euro 4, Euro 5, and Euro 6 level. The new generation vehicles that are being introduced into the country have to be detuned just to match the poor fuel quality alongside that. So we do face a challenge here in terms of meeting that. So from a policy perspective, you know, the country is signatory to the Paris Agreement. There's the National Climate Change Response Strategy, which is a guiding policy document across all national departments. We have supporting policy instruments on environmental CO2 levy, fuel economy labeling, and recently introduced carbon tax, which there'll be another presenter as introduced speaking on that. So it'll be good to unpack that going forward. In terms of regulations and standards, this is the important aspect in guiding, again, global harmonization in terms of standards and introduction of technologies. And through the respective departments and committees, we have the respective standards for electric vehicle technology, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, both on AC charging, DC charging, as well as the occupation and health and safety regulations, as well as waste management, all recently also introduced in alignment to electric vehicles and our readiness in South Africa. So if we start zoning in from a manufacturing perspective, the automotive industry in South Africa started out from a manufacturing perspective in 1924. So it's quite a strong industry, contributing in its prime to about 7% to national GDP. We have 7 multinational OEMs manufacturing and assembling cars in South Africa. Mercedes-Benz in East London started manufacturing the plug-in hybrid C-Class in 2018. And Toyota have announced that they will start locally manufacturing a hybrid model within 2021. That's been the only developments to date in terms of electric and alternative vehicle technology. And we hope that we see a policy change in terms of promoting localization. Within the respective committees, there have been discussions on changing the production incentive program to drive more favorable investments and activities alongside that. So based on this, we also face a challenge on, because we do not manufacture electric vehicles, we have to rely on importing these. We also face a barrier in terms of market introduction on electric vehicles that are being imported. So currently, electric vehicles attract 25% customs and excise duty, and internal combustion engines attract 18%. So these are some of the challenges and part of the activities that have been, being aiming to address in South Africa. That also alludes to the car park that we stand with currently of new vehicle registrations. This is the current footprint at the end of 2020. Hybrid electric vehicles introduced since 2005, battery electric vehicles since 2013, and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles since 2015. So it's still very minority, something in the region of 0.001% of our total car park of 12 million vehicles in the country. But we're beginning to see a lot of change that's happening in the last 12 months, both on government and industry, in terms of unlocking the development of this industry itself. Again, it's not only about passenger vehicles, there's a whole range of applications and developments in South Africa. The middle picture there is Melovans in Cape Town, which is a proudly South African 100% built three-wheeler electric vehicle, already in the streets locally and internationally doing logistics services, and then a range of other applications and of electric vehicles, including commercial battery electric vehicles and electric buses, which we'll also hear about today. So the whole mobility sphere is also changing towards electric. That's a snapshot of charging infrastructure, and we'll also have a later presentation from a speaker speaking more about that. But really, we have a good footprint for our current car park in terms of charging infrastructure, and it's been driven by a number of role players, not only manufacturers, but other role players as well, participating and developing that. The key aspect is also around interoperability and building skills and technology readiness. And through that, we have a supporting facility that the ULO program hosts on readiness in terms of this. We do face challenges of load shedding, energy optimization required, and through that, we see a number of activities and partners participating within this facility, unpacking the ecosystem for electric mobility locally. Key action items and partnerships with the OEMs, as well as Eskom and other utility operators and municipal operators in terms of that, aligning to international technologies and local activities in terms of that. The program also focuses on localization. I think we cannot be immune to the new technology, a new revolution that's coming through that. And through that, we also support enterprise development, where we fund a lot of localization of technologies, all the range from charger technology, battery technology, back office systems to manage EV charging operations. Two of our speakers today presenting have been beneficiaries to these funds and development of the market on that. So this is an annual activity that we run in developing the local ecosystem for electric mobility. So with that, I hope I've shared an interest on the ecosystem for electric mobility and really a snapshot of what it entails. It's not just about the vehicles. There's a broader aspect on charging technology, the back-end systems, guiding interoperability, looking at skills readiness, and also waste management. And through that, we aim to support and continue developing the ecosystem for electric mobility. So I look forward to further discussions and Q&A during the panel discussion. And I'll leave it there for the next presenter.
Thank you very much, Etienne. I think that was the perfect intro we sought to get and stimulate the discussions going forward. And definitely ULO's presence and representations will be most useful going forward. Critically talking to all the aspects of localization, creation of employment, the policy legislations. It gives us a good intro to SABA's very actively collaborating with the NRCS on sense matters and regulations. So your content there will allow us to introduce that in our next meeting on the 19th and start including them in the process. Thank you very much, Etienne. Okay, folks, then moving on, our next speaker to be introduced, second up this morning, He's a colleague of mine and also active in the industry, Mr. Gideon Neethling. He's the company engineer of Golden Arrow Bus Services. As you would know, or if you don't know, Golden Arrow is a long-standing bus operator, and this year achieved the milestone of 160 years in existence. So that's no small feat. Very active in initiating innovation and alternative thinking. Very active in the space of solar and alternative energy options. And Gideon has been central to alternative energy options and conversions at GABS. And they are also now testing electric buses under constraints, I may add. So Gideon will talk to the electric bus test to document the potential benefits and challenges of introducing electric buses in South Africa from a GABS experience. Thanks, and over to you, Gideon.
Thanks, and good morning. I've got quite a bit that I need to get through, so just to get started. There's the high-level agenda that I actually want to cover this morning, and I'll
Can you
get
just go
straight
to
into
presentation mode, please? Presentation mode. It's bottom right of your screen. There's a little screeny that you can click on.
the presentation mode of the
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gideon, I think if you just go with slideshow, start slideshow, so it brings up the full screen presentation.
Okay. Is the full screen now?
Not yet.
Okay. Of course not.
Gideon, if you click at the top of your screen on slideshow,
I thought I did that.
try the bottom right again that you've done earlier on that little screen thing. Sometimes you have to click on it twice before it works.
It It's on slideshow on my side now, Harry, so I'm a little bit lost.
Yeah, maybe if you click on slideshow at the top and you can select duplicate slideshow, duplicate screen.
If I go to share, it actually.
Have you got the secondary screen with you?
Yeah.
So if you click on share screen, then you select share screen A or screen 2. See the Zoom share screen option. When you click on share screen, it will give you different options, and one of them should be screen 2, which most probably is your PowerPoint in presentation mode. Otherwise, Gideon, we can carry on like this. We can see your slides. There we go. There we go. Perfect.
Okay, so you can see it.
That's now fine.
All right, cool. Okay, that's the highlights of the agenda that I want to cover. So I'll get straight into it. Just a bit of background on Golden Arrow. We operate more than 1,000 vehicles. We travel more than 60 million kilometers a year. And yeah, we use more than 25 million liters of diesel a year. So if you look at that and you put it all in a pot, it's quite a chunky carbon footprint that we've got. So what we've done so far, one of the things that we've done to have a look at the carbon footprint and as part of a commercial solution, Golden Arrow has gone through quite a vigorous fleet renewal program since the year 2000. On average, we've purchased more than 60 vehicles a year. The benefit that comes out of that is that over the last 10 years, our fuel consumption have gone from 2.38 to 2.6 kilometers per liter, and that's for the whole fleet. So there's 9% improvement over the last 10 years, and the related carbon reduction that goes with that. What we've also done in 2017, we started a collaboration with the City of Cape Town and with NSE as our installation partner. And in 2017, we installed 2 small 25 kilowatt peak solar facilities. And we've ramped that up quite quickly from 2017 till the end of 2020. We now boast, boast is a bad word, but yes, we do boast on the odd occasion, that we've now got just over a megawatt generating capacity at Golden Arrow, and that's split over 3 of our depots. What we've also been able to achieve in the last 4 years, is that 2 of our depots where we've installed solar are now classified as electricity carbon neutral. And that term, if people use that term, it's if you sell more kilowatt hours than what you buy from the City of Cape Town, you are classified as carbon neutral for electricity. Just a photograph of our facility in Epping. It's our head office and our main maintenance facilities. And here we've got just short of 1,500 solar panels on the roof. And that equates to just over 820 kilowatt peak in generating facility or capacity. At our biggest depot close to the airport in Cape Town, we've actually replaced the carport, or one of the carports, we've replaced with a solar carport. So in the future, any carport, most roofs that's being replaced at Golden Arrow will most probably have solar panels on the roof. some challenges when you look at electric buses, and I think it's not only electric buses, but that's our business. I think this is applicable for electric vehicles as well. If you look at government, there's no limited support to an expensive startup phase. And I think with limited, I'm actually being generous, because it's actually the opposite. They're penalizing you, as Heaton said. There's higher taxes on electric vehicles than on internal combustion engine vehicles when you import them. At the moment, there's no operational electric buses in South Africa, so that means there's no local data. And there's lots of things you can read, but we need the local data to really make the serious decisions that one need to make if you want to take the step from internal combustion to electric vehicles. And then there's no active OEMs in South Africa. So with that, there's no or limited support for electric vehicles in South Africa. And if I say electric vehicles here, I mean buses, because there is support for some passenger vehicles. Just moving on to the challenges. If you look at electricity, the cost and the availability. Whenever you mention electric vehicles, or regularly when you mention electric vehicles, then people roll their eyes, because all that they can think of is above inflation cost escalations and load shedding. The question of where you're going to charge this thing comes up regularly when you speak about that. But in the back of your mind, you must just keep the idea that with solar, one can really protect yourself against this cost escalations and the availability. If you look at solar, it's a just over 20 fixed cost after you've installed it. Then the dirty electricity argument. Don't think there's a lot to argue against that. If the electricity comes from coal, that it's not green. But I think there's substantially more important things to look at than that, because we are generating the electricity. If we look at the potential of solar, of using solar electricity and the potential of off-peak electricity, then that's a substantially better area to look at than an area that requires substantially more focus. And then I've heard Carel Snyman speak on this topic regularly, and I haven't got the figures, but just imagine if we generate the energy required to move vehicles in South Africa and not having to import the energy via oil or diesel or petrol or whatever you import. So there's a huge opportunity that we've got. Just back on that electricity cost, what I've done here, this is the financial year 2016 for Golden Arrow till the financial year 2021, which ended on the 31st of March. And then I've done what will happen in F2022, which started on the 1st of April when we turned 160 years old. On the left-hand y-axis, I've got the cost of diesel, and on the right-hand y-axis, I've got the cost of electricity. The red line represents the average cost that we pay per liter for diesel. So if you look at that, it's up and down. And then in 2021, we had a really big dip in fuel cost, but it's also the year that due to COVID, that we didn't travel to actually take advantage of that cost advantage. You see the blip on the red line, that's the price that we pay from, I think it was the 5th of April, early in April, it's the increase of the latest diesel price. The blue line is the increase in electricity. And as you can see, it's just going one way and that's up. And that's one of the arguments that people have got against going electric. But what I did add is the green line. That is if you've got solar. And please, let's not get into a debate if it's 80 cents, 70 cents, whatever it is. I think 80 cents is a reasonable figure for what you can generate electricity through solar. And the real kicker, not only the financial benefit, it is fixed for 20 years. So your financial director or whoever does your budget will be substantially happier because one can hedge your cost for 20 years. What I want to show with this graph is this represents the number of buses that Golden Arrow puts on the road for which hours of the day. So we start at just after midnight and we end at midnight on the right-hand side of the graph. All the lines represent our depots, and the top line is just, if you add all the lines together, then you'll see that mid-morning or early morning, we've got just over 1,000 vehicles on the road. And then in the evening, between 5 and 6, we've got 1,000 vehicles on the road again. So this shows a really bad utilization of assets, which is a really expensive part of our business. But what it also does, if you look at the peaks, is that it just gives us the potential to do the following. That if you move some or all of your vehicles to electric buses in our case, then off-peak tariffs can come into play on the ears of the graph. And then in the middle of the day, solar charging can soften the blow quite a bit. So looking at this, it ties in with future benefits or things that we are now busy with in our test to have a look at how feasible will this be. This is a really poor quality graph, but what I'm trying to show here, or what I'm showing here, is that this is the demand for electricity in South Africa over 24 hours of the day. The two pink strips are the peaks. The morning peak sits between 8 o'clock and 12 o'clock. The afternoon peak, which is higher, sits between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock at night. So looking at this one, plus the previous graph, off-peak tariffs on the outer side of the graphs. And then, yeah, I did put a question mark next to it, vehicle to grid, when you've got the peaks, when many vehicles are not on the road, not our buses, but passenger vehicles are not on the road. So that's a question mark. So if you're looking at this, if there's a base load, there's certain electricity being produced anyway. So off-peak tariffs could really come into play quite nicely in on a profile like Golden Arrow. So what do we want to do with the test, or what are we doing with the test that we've started? We want to replace the estimated variables with real figures. We've got a saying at Golden Arrow that a spreadsheet is for giving, and you can tell me what the answer is, and I'll beat the spreadsheet until it gives you that. So we want to move away from that and say, listen, if we put real figures in there, what is the answer to the feasibility of electric vehicles, or in our case, electric buses? We want to have a look at charge times and the challenges that goes around charging, because that's going to become an interesting scheduling exercise. What if you ramp up a fleet like ours, 1,000 buses to be charged? There's quite a few interesting challenges that come into play. But this will give us an indication of how difficult is it to work with electric vehicles when it comes to charging. Then some maintenance skills development. We've got a small core team that's going through training at the moment to make sure that we can look after the electric vehicles. When we're done with this, we want to have a feasibility for the introduction of electric buses in South Africa. What might come out of the feasibility is to actually say that based on a test of 2 vehicles, what's the framework for future tests to actually expand this? Because 2 is a relatively small number. So in my mind, or in our minds, we say that this will probably be expanded over the next 3 to 5 years to actually get to the real answer. And then, yeah, a cliche that we also use on the odd occasion is that what we're busy with now is actually getting us off the spreadsheet and onto the tar. It's the real thing. So it is figures. It is not. It's objective now. It's not subjective anymore. Okay, government's role. Central government. Well, number one, they should address the tax discrepancies between electric and internal combustion engine vehicles. I think that we believe that there should be incentives for EV purchases. If you look at most countries that's gone this route, there's been incentives, and that can be a short-term one. And then there should be serious incentives for local manufacturing of electric vehicles. That should be a long-term exercise. Local government, off-peak electricity tariff incentives. So if on the off-peak, they should give you a real good rate. In some areas in the UK, they actually pay you if you take the electricity after midnight and early morning hours. And then there should be support for the generation of alternate electricity, solar, wind. You can flip gas in there if you want to. Okay, what are we doing? We've got 2 buses that we're busy testing, and we'll be doing that until January 2022. So what we're doing right at the moment, we are testing the buses without passengers, but we have loaded one of the buses with the equivalent of 44 passengers with sandbags. So it is really good for us to get the fuel consumption or the energy consumption of an empty vehicle versus a bus that carries 44 passengers permanently. Our target date at the moment is by 1 June to introduce the buses to our passengers. Then just the team with the operator. We are one of the people that Hiten referred to, with some support from the Kickstart Fund to run this test. And then the vehicles are manufactured by BYD. Summary. Now, just to tell you what I've told you and to repeat a number of things that I've said. At the moment, it's a real promising start where we now, but it's a little bit early to publish some results. But all the results will be available via Julio and all the guys that I speak to on a regular basis, say early February, between now and early February next year. If we look at the bus, what's the real big things that we're looking at? Probably the elephant in the room is capital cost and battery life a close second. Those 2 are probably the 2 that scares most people about electric vehicles. Then energy per kilometer and maintenance cost. Once we've got a feel for those 4 things, it will really put us in a strong position to say yes or no for electric vehicles. If we look at government, they should reduce the taxes, get rid of it. Incentives for purchasing electric vehicles. And then a really, really important one. I personally think it's the risk is underestimated of what sits here, because we really need to start manufacturing some of these vehicles in South Africa, because the last figure that I've heard is that I think it's 65% plus of the vehicles manufactured in South Africa are exported. So that market is probably flat and on its way down. So if we don't start doing this, we will lose. We have got the risk of losing the whole manufacturing in South Africa or the export market. So to try and protect the local market with import taxes, not a wise call, I think. Then again, just repeating the support for alternate electricity generation. If we do that on scale, we address the dirty electricity argument, plus then to top it all, we localize the energy production by replacing oil imports. So this is such an important thing to do. And I haven't done the sums. That's one of the things that will come of how much money we spend on importing oil or energy production in South Africa. It is huge. Local government. Incentives with off-peak electricity rates. City of Cape Town have got that already. Support for alternate electricity generation. Again, I'm a PR agent for the City of Cape Town at the moment, because the City of Cape Town, until June 2022, is paying a bonus on electricity that you sell to them. So it is really a fantastic thing that's busy happening in Cape Town, the way that they're supporting this. There's some other municipalities that's talking a lot, but when it comes to the real thing, they are not supportive at all. So it's a classic example of the local government will have to put the money where their mouths are. Then centralized charging facilities. That's often a big question about where are you going to charge these vehicles? If I look at electric buses in an operation like Golden Arrow's one, we'll create the charging facilities ourselves. So that's not a challenge for local. But if you want to go electric vehicles, that's definitely something that will help. Then low emission zones, maybe the center of talking about Cape Town, center of Cape Town, no vehicles, but electric vehicles, and then reduce licensing fees. There's many more, but these are the type of things that we now really have to get to where the authorities are to say, listen, how do we move this thing forward? And that is me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gideon. And yeah, excellent presentation there. Very, very responsible and corporate citizen approach to the carbon footprint. I think we wish Golden Arrow well in the test. I think also what it does is shine the spotlight on you. So feel free that the Zoom is going to be on you and share with us. As we said, it's a start, but I think definitely the challenge is you're being generous, really definitely generous. But what I can say is we've got the DTIC present or represented today, and coming further down the line is Treasury. And the core aspects of today's is to highlight the issues you have raised there, the support for OEMs, operators, the local content development, and hopefully gives us the opportunity then with some kind of policy shift towards incentivization or rebates, and getting the broader industry involved in the way forward. And I note also that down the line or next discussions, I'll rope in the Department of Energy or public enterprises to see how we can talk to the energy and electricity impacts and the tariffs of that. So, and looking forward to the live test with the passengers in June. Thank you very much, Gideon. Just to Etienne and Gideon, please just note in the chat there have been some questions raised and some comments. If you have a chance as you are listening to the rest, if you could respond there, and we'll appreciate that. Folks, Harry, I think that brings us to our first break, which is titled A Short Break, of which we've taken 5 minutes already. But over to you, Harry. You will align us for the break, and we return around, I think we are about 5 minutes out the mark. So you add us down at 10:25 back. I'll hear from you if that is still the same or you're moving it out to 10:30.
Thank you, Basil. Let's give the guys, let's say, a 7 minutes break. I'll put up the clock on the screen so that we can see where we're going to start again. So thank you very much thus far. I will put up the clock for us.
Are we good, Harry?
Be good. Thank you, Basil.
Alrighty then. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Trust you had a bit of a stretch and replenishment. We're moving on to the next phase, and I think leading us into perhaps this critical facet of funding, the constraints, taxation, treasury legislation. We have a representative from Treasury, Ms. Memory Mashingambi, is a senior economist at National Treasury. So by way of introduction, Memory's work as an environmental and natural resource economist covers the following: designing, implementing, and updating taxes on GHGs, carbon pricing and including carbon offsetting, transport and fuel taxation, levies in respect of waste, including wastewater, non-point pollution like acid mine drainage, plastic bags, and incandescent light bulbs. Further on, developing, implementing, and updating tax incentives on renewable energy, biodiversity, energy efficiency, fossil fuel subsidies, reforming thereof, and their distributional impacts on society. She's actively involved in engaging and making presentations, communicating with stakeholders, and addressing their queries for consultative policy making, and also maintains and updates the National Fuel and Environmental Tax Database, forecasting and updating annual fuel taxes for the budget review. From an environmental fiscal reform policy, technical inputs from her point into national climate change, climate finance, energy, water, waste, green transport, and biodiversity conservation frameworks, together with strategy and policy documents. So I think, Memory, you have now become the spotlight, as you could see with some of the leading presentations come up. And I think you're going to be a fair bit popular going forward the rest of this process. Welcome. Thank you for your time, and over to you.
Good morning. Thanks, Basil. It's good to be here. I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know.
Memory, just presentation mode for us. There we go. Perfect.
Okay. All right. So good morning, everyone. I'm just going to talk to how this is like a small part of the Treasury. We look at taxing mobility, so transport taxes and fuel taxes, carbon taxes, and how they apply. So this is just an outline of what I'm going to go through. I just give you the policy intent and objectives of why we impose fuel taxes, carbon taxes on fuel, and what incentives we have in the system for the different vehicles, I guess, that operate on our roads. So fuel taxation, the main, okay, so it has a number of objectives. It is a revenue generation tax for us, but it also is used to address negative externalities that are associated with vehicle use. So local air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, congestion, accidents, and the like. But a lot of you just know the fuel tax as it's imposed on a volumetric basis. We don't particularly put the line items in terms of how much each element costs, but that's the reason why we impose fuel taxes. And in South Africa, the taxes that the Minister of Finance imposes are the fuel levy, or what's known as the general fuel levy, the road accident fund, but this is like an earmark tax that goes to sort of it funds road accidents within the South African roads. And then we have got a customs and excise levy. That's for the SACU Customs Union. And you find that our fuel taxes apply only to what are called fuel levy goods, which is to petrol, diesel, and biodiesel. So if you are using the other fuels, the CNG, LNGs, and if you operate an electric vehicle, they do not face taxes. So in as much as the last presenter was saying we have more taxes for EVs than for ICEs, that's just at the point of purchase, but in terms of when you're operating, there are more taxes that apply to ICEs than to electric vehicles. And all fuels, the fuel levy goods, do not face a VAT, the value added tax. So this is just to show the IMF did a study of 150 countries to look at the externalities that I talked about, to look at the costs. And if you look, there's a cost in terms of the supply of the fuel, global warming, which is the greenhouse gas emissions, local pollution, congestion, accidents, VAT. If you look at the South African example, when they include all these costs, you find that the price that we actually pay is way lower than what the externality costs or the cost of the fuels that we use should actually be. And this just gives an outline of the different fuel levies that I talked to. General fuel levy, which has been, it was implemented in 1983, and for a while, it was a buoyant source of revenue, but now with the use of more vehicle-efficient technologies, it's no longer a buoyant source of revenue. And if we look internationally at the phase out of ICE vehicles, it will become a redundant source of revenue over time. But to note that the revenue goes into the National Revenue Fund. We do not earmark the revenue because no treasury wants to earmark revenue because it restricts or it sort of gives us less flexibility in allocating the revenues. And about a third of the general fuel levy is shared with metropolitan municipalities after the abolition of the RSC levies. And currently, the general fuel levy is 385 cents per liter on petrol, 370 cents per liter on diesel, and 185 cents per liter on biodiesel. The reason why the rate for biodiesel is lower is because it has more favorable environmental qualities than the diesel. And the customs and excise levy has been 4 cents since its inception. It's never changed, and it's shared within the SACU pool. And the road accident fund goes straight to the road accident fund levy goes straight to the road accident fund, and it's used for compensation for those that are involved in road accidents in South Africa. So this is an example of an earmarked levy. And if you look at the, I guess, waiting lists, that's why we don't support earmarking revenues, because what's collected from the fuel levy then funds most of the road accident fund, and there isn't enough money in that pot for the claims that come through. So the fuel levy is the fourth largest source of revenue after our personal income taxes, corporate taxes, and value-added tax. And for the 2021 fiscal year, which was a weird year because of the COVID pandemic, we collected about 75 billion. And of that, about 14 billion was allocated the fuel, the one system I talked about in terms of about a third of it's supposed to be allocated as a part of the revenue sharing arrangement with municipalities. And fuel levies are only 22% of the total retail price of petrol and about 25% of diesel wholesale price. And please note that we regulate the price of petrol up to retail and diesel up to wholesale level. We only adjust fuel levies once a year, which is from the 1st of April every year. So this is showing to the left is showing the fuel levy as a percent of the gross tax revenue over time. And you can see that in as much as the nominal value has been increasing, the actual as a percent of the gross tax revenue has been decreasing, although it has started increasing, but not as much as it was in the 90s. And on the right side, it's showing fuel levy revenues, a percent of the GDP. And it also follows a similar pathway. It's risen and it's almost gone lower, flattened, and it's now starting to rise again. And the amount of the levies that we've collected over time, I guess the real revenue has been, almost flat up to 2008, and it then started rising. And on the different fuels, it's also showing almost like a flattened it's a flattened curve, and it started to increase gradually since 2008. So how do we adjust our fuel levies? We look at the level of inflation, and we also are now including the environmental impacts of the fuels. And I think as the first presenter showed, there is a lot of localized air pollution from fuel use, because we use a lot of diesel and petrol in our transportation. And we also look at the environmental impact. So that's why we have the biodiesel having a concessionary rate, which is lower than for the diesel itself. And the road accident levy, we normally increase it by inflation. But since we are looking at migrating to the road accident bills, the RAPS scheme, that transition has seen the government, I guess, grapple with how much to increase the road accident fund levy. And we also look at the impact in terms of transport costs. What impact will it have, especially on the low-income households? So this is showing the fuel expenditure by decile in terms of the Stats SA. I think this was published in 2017. It's the latest household expenditure living conditions survey that was done by Stats SA. So when you look at it, you can see that there isn't, so fuel in this case, there isn't a lot of fuel spent by the lower income deciles, but what they do is they pay a transportation cost. So they, in as much as it shows there isn't that much fuel cost, the cost of transportation is higher in terms of their budgets. So that's something we look at when we're looking at the framework for changing the fuel levies. And in this particular graph, it's now showing the different transportation elements within that go into the budgets of households. And as you can see, transport is a really big percentage of the household budget for the lower expenditure deciles. And we don't want to impose much impact on the low income households. So those are the things we take into account when we adjust the fuel levies. So in terms of where we stand as a country compared to other countries, you find that South Africa, our taxes, this was in 2014, they were much higher, almost 40%. You find that we actually lower than what happens in other African countries, except for countries that actually produce oil. Their taxes are much higher, and the developed countries also have much higher taxes than us. So one of the taxes that we also impose is the motor vehicles carbon emissions tax. And this is, the objective of the tax is in line with our transition to a low carbon economy, is to incentivize a customer to buy a more fuel efficient vehicle from the start. So this was introduced in 2010, and it applies to purchase of new vehicles. And we added the double caps in from March 2011. So it applies to all the vehicles that are manufactured or imported in South Africa. And we have a threshold for carbon dioxide emissions. And you find that initially the threshold was, I think we had 120 grams of carbon dioxide per kilometer. But you find that we changed for the passenger vehicles in 2020, we changed that threshold in line with the Euro 6, because a lot of the European our European counterparts have gone even further and lowered that threshold. And I think, as a lot of you know, this year, I think VW had to pay a penalty for going above those emissions thresholds. So we're also trying to keep up and ensure that we incentivize and we also reward those that are buying the less polluting vehicles from the get-go. And this motor vehicles emissions tax does not apply to electric vehicles, for example, because they don't have that emissions threshold built into the system. So this is applied at a rate of 120 grams, 120 rands per each gram of carbon dioxide above 95 grams per kilometer threshold for passenger cars, and 160 rands per gram of carbon dioxide above 175 grams carbon dioxide per kilometer for the double cabs. So we imposed a carbon tax in line with our ratification of the Paris Agreement. And in terms of the Paris Agreement, we actually currently, as a country, last week, the Department of Environment published an NDC review. So we're reviewing our NDC. And in line with that, I guess setting a target for ourselves as a country in terms of emissions reduction. And the carbon tax was implemented to help the country achieve that NDC. So the carbon tax is part of a suite of measures that are outlined in our National Climate Change Response Policy. And it's also outlined in the National Development Plan. So the carbon tax gives effect to the polluter pays principle, which is embedded in our Environmental Management Act. And what the carbon tax does is it tries to incentivize our consumers and our producers to take their emissions impact into their production and consumption decisions. So this graph, this table actually shows the 2015 greenhouse gas emissions inventory by the Department of Environment. And if you look, about 90% of our total emissions are from road transport. So there is a need for us, if we're going to achieve our NDC commitments, there's a need for us to look at how we bring down the emissions from the transportation sector, because it is the second highest emissions sector after the energy emissions. So in terms of the design of the carbon tax, this has a very modest impact. So currently, the rate is 134 rands per ton of CO2 equivalent, and everyone gets a 60% basic tax-free threshold. And we've got a maximum of 10% tax-free threshold allowance for trade exposure. So we've got a regulation on trade exposure that looks at your imports plus your exports over your production. If the sector qualifies for the trade exposure allowance, then every company within that sector also qualifies for the trade exposure allowance. We have a 10% tax-free allowance for those that have processed and fugitive emissions to help them transition, because most of them cannot do much about their emissions. We've got an emissions intensity tax-free allowance embedded in the tax. So industry has been able to develop their sector benchmarks. And if a company does better than that benchmark, you get up to 5% tax-free allowance for performing better than the sector average. We've got a 5% extra allowance for complying with carbon budgets information requirements. So the Department of Environment has voluntary carbon budgets in place. So if you volunteer your information, they'll be able to give you a letter that confirms that, and you can use that to reduce your taxable emissions. We also have a 5 to 10% allowance for carbon offsets. And this is for the first phase. We are allowing projects developed under the Clean Development Mechanism, the Voluntary Carbon Standard, and the Gold Standard that are implemented in South Africa to be able to use the credits they generate from there to reduce their taxable emissions. So in terms of the transportation sector, there is an allowance for you to develop actually transport efficiency projects that can be used, developed under those standards, and can be used to reduce your emissions. We've also committed to a no impact on electricity pricing in the first phase. So our tax-free allowances run from a minimum of 60 to about 95%. So you find that the effective rate ranges from 6.7 rand to 53.6 rands per ton of CO2 equivalent. And for the electricity generators, we give them a credit for the amount that they pay for renewable energy premium. When they purchase from the IPPs, there is a renewable energy premium that they pay. So they can offset that against their tax liability, and they can also offset the amount they pay for the environmental levy, the electricity levy, from their taxable, from their tax payable. The result of those two concessions is to ensure that there is no impact on the prices of electricity from the carbon tax for the first phase. So any impacts you see from electricity pricing are not because of the carbon tax. And in terms of revenue recycling, as I indicated, we do not earmark revenue. So there are several programs that we are supporting. One of them is the energy efficiency tax incentive, which I'm going to talk to in detail just now. But we also want to enhance the free basic electricity and energy allowance, and also improve the public passenger transport initiatives. So the carbon fuel levy for the petrol and diesel applies at the refinery gate. So you find that because the tax is applied at the refinery gate, we gave the sector a 75% basic tax-free allowance. All the other sectors only get 60%. So the transportation sector has a 75% basic tax-free allowance, which is higher than other sectors. And you find that, so in terms of the imposition, when it's the tax is applied at the refinery gate, it's irrespective of what the petrol or the diesel are going to be used for. The biodiesel does not attract a carbon tax. and to prevent double taxation for those that use the diesel and petrol on their stationary emissions. They are allowed to, this can be deducted from their taxable emissions at the end of the day. So this was implemented from the 5th of June 2019, and the rate has been increased. So it's 9 cents per liter now for diesel and 8 cents per liter for petrol, because diesel has a higher environmental impact than petrol. And in terms of the revenue recycling, the energy efficiency savings tax incentive, or the 12L, you find that the transportation sector hasn't participated as much as the manufacturing and mining sectors, but there is, it's the third largest claiming sector. This is a very generous incentive where if you can display your energy efficiency savings to SANEDI, they'll be able to work with you to then pay you for the energy efficiency savings you've made. So you find that cumulatively, this was implemented in November 2013. We've spent almost 5.5 billion on this tax incentive, and it's estimated to have saved about 25 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And we've extended, the initial incentive was supposed to end at the end of 2019, but we've extended it to the end of the first phase of the carbon tax, which is up to 31st December 2022. So this is something that the transportation sector can take advantage of. And the rate at which the deduction is calculated was also increased from 45 cents per kilowatt hour to 95 cents per kilowatt hour in 2015. And then also in terms of the NEDLAC processes, when we're going through Parliament with our carbon tax bill, we also did an what was called a NEDLAC carbon tax bill jobs mitigation and creation plan, where we looked at, with business and organized labor, the different initiatives that can be implemented in terms of the different sectors for us to transition to a low carbon economy. So for the transport sector intervention, there was this proposal we all agreed on in terms of the BRTs, in CNG fired buses or the e-vehicles. And it's good to see that a number of the buses are moving towards the e-vehicles, and also looking at, I guess, putting in the green criteria and public transport grant framework, which I think the DOT is working on. And then green rail technologies. I think someone talked about recycling the electricity when it's not peak hour. Those are the kind of issues that have been discussed, and that proposal or job creation plan is supposed to be implemented as part of the Presidential Jobs Summit Agreement for Just Transition. So I guess in conclusion, I just wanted to highlight that from the Treasury perspective, we have a number of incentives in place that we've implemented. And as the world transition to a carbon constrained economy, as we're looking at net zero carbon target commitments, as a government, we're looking at ways to help the country, the different sectors transition. So in terms of tax incentives that have been talked about, so it is part of industrial policy, not per se Treasury policy, in terms of the ADPD, how it is being implemented. And as a sector, I think you have that if you've got the plan that you need to present to the DTIC. And also it's difficult from the Treasury perspective to subsidize electric vehicles, especially the imported ones, because from where we sit, we're trying to rationalize where we allocate funding. So most of the electric vehicle imports are by the high net individuals. If we give an incentive for that, we are incentivizing, we're taking away money from other pro-poor programs that we could be actually subsidizing. So there is that clash in terms of what are we prioritizing as a government. And also when you look at the electric vehicles, most of them currently have been imported. So we will be sort of subsidizing imports instead of what's being developed within the country. What the vehicle manufacturers in South Africa doing in terms of producing locally the EVs? Those are the things that we then want to look at in terms of how do we subsidize local production, because we don't want to subsidize imports because we just end up supporting other people's economies in the mix of it. And just to highlight that, you know, in terms of the carbon tax, it is an instrument within a suite of instruments that's going to form a broader package of the mitigation policy measures we're going to implement for us to achieve our NDC. So I think what we need to look at going forward is, in terms of the mitigation potential analysis, there's talk about hybrid vehicles. How is the industry moving in terms of that? So thank you.
Thank you, Memory, and please accept my apologies. It was a gross omission. I learned subsequently that I should have made the reference to Dr. Memory Mashingabi. So hopefully you will forgive me for that serious faux pas. But I think the presence of Treasury and the inclusion of Treasury going forward is crucial from an industry point of view, not from a broader perspective. I'm talking with an extreme bias from the bus industry. We look to your guidance and your further involvement from Treasury. And I think the challenges that you've raised, certainly to balance the pro-poor and high net juxtaposition, I think is crucial. But ultimately, we want to make public transport accessible, affordable, and sustainable. So, you know, if going green and alternate is going to contribute to that long term, we seriously hope that our ongoing consultation with and engagement with Treasury would explore options for further incentives and also to move towards localization. I do agree the startup cost based on the imports and at point of purchase is currently prohibitive. There's a lot of interest and appetite for it in the industry, and we look forward to engaging with you further through Treasury and related integrated government approaches. So thank you very much for your contribution today. Do note the comments in the chat box, which will come up again under the Q&A. So moving along, next up is a view on funding from one of the finance houses that supports strategically amongst others, the bus and coach industry. Ms. Heidi Barons is the co-head for sustainable finance at Absa, and Heidi is heading up the sustainable finance team at Absa CIB, based in Johannesburg. Her team's vision is to leverage the bank's strength as a leading African finance institution to channel financing into solutions that support inclusive growth as well as environmental protection on the continent. And Heidi has been working in the bank since 2015 and comes with experience that spans both retail as well as investment banking. She holds a bachelor's degree in industrial engineering from the University of Pretoria and a master's degree in engineering for sustainable development from the University of Cambridge. Heidi will present to us or talk to us about the Absa approach on and to alternative energy funding. Welcome, Heidi, and thanks for your time. And over to you.
Thank you very much, Basil. Just give me a second to set up the screen. Can you just confirm if you can see the screen, Basil?
Not yet, Heidi. Share screen, green screen at your bottom of your screen. Share screen at the bottom.
Oh, right. It's not sharing yet. Let's share that.
getting there.
And
Are we
perfect.
good to go? Okay,
Yep.
Good to
brilliant.
go.
Brilliant. Firstly, thank you, Basil and Harry, for setting up this conversation. I do think it's a really important part of the broader just transition and green transition for South Africa. So thank you very much for the opportunity to exchange and have this dialogue today, first off. So today, just an overview of what I'd like to speak to. I think there's many interesting conversations that and presentations that have been held by other presenters. But I think a key part of enabling this transition is the financing aspect of it. So today I thought I'd focus on two key components. So first, I'll start off with providing a general overview of the global trends that are impacting sustainable finance. And then I'll speak to ABSA's approach and the role that banks, broadly speaking, can play in helping clients and bus operators and the industry, broadly speaking, in transitioning to net zero, as you know, as the country is committed and the globe more broadly speaking. So starting off around sustainable finance, I think it's incredibly important to just highlight that in the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a huge shift in the financial sector when it comes to considering ESG and sustainability. You know, 10, 15 years ago, it might have been something that was important and was considered by a few very niche investment houses, whereby now it's really on the tip of everybody's tongue across the industry, from insurance houses to banks to asset managers. So there's a huge push towards incorporating sustainable development, climate change, etc., into investment decisions and into capital allocation. And this is, we can see the support from this. From on the one hand, there's huge support for initiatives such as the principles of responsible investing, the principles of responsible banking. There's increase in disclosure for investors, such as the task force for climate-related disclosures and the like. So there's a huge trend, and this is really, this graph that I'm showing here kind of shows the listed space for sustainability-linked and green bonds and the like, and we can really see an exponential growth in the last 10 years, where more and more funds are flowing into these specific instruments as companies are kind of committing, and sovereigns and SOEs are committing to the Paris Climate Change Agreements and the SDGs more broadly speaking. So I do think it's a really positive trend, but I think it's useful to take a step back and just say, what do these instruments look like and what do they feel like and how does one understand them, so that as various components within the bigger picture can access these instruments. So just as a high level, there's kind of two instruments that are really broadly spoken about. There's a use of proceeds instrument and there's a sustainability linked instrument. So I'll just quickly start speaking about the use of proceeds instruments. So these instruments, traditionally, when we finance various activities, financing is provided either through investors in bonds or through banks and syndicated and bilateral loans to clients. And these clients can use this for CapEx, for maintenance, or for just general corporate purposes, as is often said in these loan agreements. The difference for use of proceeds loans is that this kind of general corporate purpose falls away, and there's a very clear purpose and that's set out in the beginning to say, these funds will be used for these specific purposes that are, broadly speaking, to make the world a better place. So you kind of have three different categories that have been developed. So you've got green instruments, social instruments, and sustainable instruments. Green instruments focus on projects that are looking at environmental protection or kind of environmental sustainability. So these are things like renewable energy, and in the sector specifically, it would be things like clean transportation specifically, where social looks at increasing access to basic services such as education, health, and housing for people that do not have access to these services. And sustainable instruments can have both a green as well as a social lens to it. So it's kind of combining both environmental and social dimensions. So on the one hand, what makes these instruments different is that you set out, this is what the proceeds will be used for, but additionally, you report back to investors or to the person that's giving you the funding to say, because we've given this funding and we've done renewable energy, in the case of GABs, for example, if they've put solar panels on their roof, they would report back and say, the impact is that we've created so much power and we've abated so much CO2 emissions by installing this and by having this capital expenditure. So there's kind of a new element of data that is shared between the various parties. And additionally, and I think this is a huge point of contention still in the market, there may be a benefit for clients these funds could be cheaper. So as kind of in the bond space, as there's a huge increase in appetite for investors for these types of instruments, the supply and demand dynamics can lead to compressed pricing, which the client can benefit from. And then from the loans or syndicated perspective on a more bilateral basis, that would kind of depend on the stance that a bank is taking to say that we will, we will give market incentive to say that we want to support these initiatives, we want to support our clients on the green transition, and therefore, there might be a small pricing concession that's available for these types of instruments. And really what's required is that a client needs to be able to prove that they said they would spend it on renewable energy or on electric vehicles or the like, and that they can kind of report back that that has indeed been done. So that's the one kind of type of instrument. These instruments kind of started in around 2007 and are most mature. And then the second type of instrument that is kind of becoming quite prevalent is a sustainability linked instrument. So in these instruments, traditionally, you have general corporate purposes, and once again, your use of proceeds are again for general corporate purposes. But the difference here is that a client might have sustainability performance targets. So as an example, a client might be looking at increasing their gender diversity or looking at reducing their CO2 emissions. And what happens is, in kind of supporting that client in achieving those ambitions, they link those targets to their interest rates to say that if they meet the target, then the interest rate will stay the same. And if they don't meet the target, then the interest rate will ratchet up, or conversely, that the interest rate will come down if they meet the targets. So this is kind of a way that, especially kind of in the credit space, investors as well as banks can play a little bit more of an advocacy role to kind of push clients and the industry in the right direction as we head towards a net zero carbon emission industry. So these are the two types of products that have really kind of come to life on an industry basis, and obviously are also the products that are on offer from Absa as well. And kind of going onto the lens of what can we do and what is our role in this transition, I think there's many aspects that have been spoken about by the various presenters before me. But I do think, you need the money to be able to do these things. And that's kind of where we as a bank, as Absa, would come in and support our clients to assist them in this. So moving on to kind of how do we finance green public transportation? What is the role that we would play? So I think that, and this kind of really speaks to the first presentation, when it comes to financing, we can't just finance electric vehicles. There is a broader financing requirement. So when we look at use of proceeds financing, or especially capital expenditure, as a bank, we would need to look at, one, can we support in the vehicles? Then additionally, and very importantly, the infrastructure, such as the charging stations that might be needed to make this viable. And I think that's also kind of been spoken about quite extensively in a number of speakers today, is that we need to be able to have these vehicles produced in South Africa. But to do that, there's other clients that we need to, possibly provide funding to, so that they can convert their manufacturing operations towards electric vehicles, so that those are produced in South Africa. But for that as well, funding is required. So I think that there is quite a large spectrum of where we as a bank could play quite an important role in enabling our clients in this transition for the industry more broadly speaking. The second link we can play is kind of speaks to that sustainability linked instrument, is around, if we have clients that have specific targets that they want to work towards, and that they're trying to, convert their fleet of vehicles, and for them it's easier to work on a linked basis, that, we could work with them to link their sustainable performance targets with financial instruments to kind of bring greater cohesion in the organization and get everybody on board, because money seems to speak quite well. And then I think the last really important role that we play is access to liquidity. So on the one part, I think especially in this early stage, and there might be some deals that are already in the pipeline that Absa is working on, but it's really important we as a bank do the due diligence on the deal, especially in the beginning phases for these electric vehicles, to make sure that the deal stacks up, the economics make sense, and we can support it. And once we've done that for a number of deals, we have scale and we can syndicate these out to the market, kind of built on the proof of concept that we've built with our clients. So that's kind of one role I think that's really key that we can play, especially in this beginning phase as things are coming up, and it's already a role we're playing. The second one is really around structuring co-lending structures with DFIs. One of the challenges that somebody mentioned in the last week is that or has also been mentioned in some of the presentations, is that the capital expenditure for these e-vehicles is very, very high. And to kind of make that make sense from a bus operator's perspective, you might need a longer tenor for the loan for that to add up. But that longer tenor might be quite difficult to swallow from a commercial bank perspective. But if we partner with a DFI that is more comfortable with longer tenors, then we can kind of work together to turn that no into a yes, so that it makes sense for the bank, for the DFI, as well as for the bus operator. So I think that there's a key role that we can play there in just enabling that that the deals make sense and that they stack up. And the last part is around, for those operators and those organizations that are large enough that have access to the bond market, that can assist them in structuring sustainable bonds or sustainability linked bonds and have access directly to the broader investor markets. So I think that's kind of, broadly speaking, some of the roles we play. I think that this role will obviously expand and grow as time goes. We at ABSA are hugely committed to this kind of broader transition. I'm part of the sustainable finance team, as Basil mentioned, and we've just published our target to finance 100 billion Rand worth of ESG and sustainable assets, or assist with arranging them by 2025. So we're hugely committed. We'd love to help the industry in this way. But as much as that commitment is there are obviously also gaps and challenges that bus operators face, or that generally the industry faces and the sector faces, that needs to be overcome to really ensure that we can have this just transition. So some of the things have been mentioned. So things around policy certainty and policy support and government incentive for green transportation, I think would be really key. If bus operators and the industry kind of decides to go that way, we can finance it, but those decisions often actually sit more with the business level, and that kind of decision-making process definitely needs to happen and be supported from the government. Kind of speaking to the longer tenors that might be required for these electric vehicles if they're more expensive, the other side of that is that longer term contracts might be required as well, because then you can match the funding and it's a lot more easy to make these deals bankable in the long term. And obviously contracts that specify green vehicle components will obviously drive a big behavior with bus operators. So that would be really useful, more kind of from a local government perspective. Some other challenges that might need to be solved for, it sounds like it's not necessarily a challenge for GABS, but to solve for who's responsible for building the maintenance and infrastructure, so charging stations and the like, and kind of just the viable business models for the infrastructure. So it sounded like GABS had kind of figured that out, but it could be that others haven't figured that out, and that's kind of a key component. As our first speaker spoke to, you need to enable the entire ecosystem, and if that entire ecosystem doesn't work, then it becomes quite difficult to make a deal bankable. So just kind of in closing, I would say that it's very, very obvious that there's a huge trend, there's a huge change, there's a huge shift, and that shift is not going to stop. Even if we could be left behind. And I think it's incredibly important for all the various players across the industry to play its part, so that we in South Africa can produce these electric vehicles, that we can fund these vehicles, and that our bus operators become more green, so that we can meet our Paris climate change targets and be part of the global just transition. So that's it really from my side. We obviously are hugely dedicated to this cause, and if anyone would like to speak to us after this, my contact details are here. So thank you very much, Harry and Basil.
Thanks, Heidi. That was short, insightful, and impactful. And I think the way you started it, without a doubt, we need the money, we need the financing. But I think critically, ABSA's commitment, and we hope it leads the way for the rest of the financing sector to look towards sustainable use of the proceeds as the model. I like the ring-fenced approach, because it then draws commitment from the industry, and most of all, the data sharing that comes out from the net effect. I think the industry has not been the best in terms of data sharing. So, GABS is leading the way from an industry perspective in the testing. We'll certainly ensure that some of the high points and learning outcomes from that come. The fact that your models show they are sustainably linked as well, with a commitment to due diligence and scaling, I think is crucial for the industry. And the fact that you highlighted the role of government, intergovernmental department, cohesive and integrated approach. One thing we have coming down the line, and I'll talk to it at the end of the session, is government's, the Department of Transport's intention to release a document on a revised approach to subsidizing and the subsidy policy. We have that scheduled in May and we'll promote it. But I think we want to take this process towards that framework as well, so that government starts thinking of including this type of discussion and this type of framework within the broader policy. Thank you very much, Heidi. Okay, folks, I think, Harry, we now enter our first panel discussion, which will incorporate, so if whilst all the speakers who have presented to this point line themselves up and open up their videos, there have been quite a few questions on the chat group, but we'll open it up. Harry, whilst you line it up for us.
Thank you. Yes, good. Please, the panelists, Ethan, Gideon, Memory, and Heidi, can you kindly switch on your video and unmute yourself so that I can bring you guys in?
Whilst all the attendees are looking to line up their questions, I'm just going to backtrack on the chat group and pick it up chronologically, Harry, so to give me a chance. I don't know if you've done it also, but I'm just going backwards just to make sure I haven't missed, starting with, I think the first portion's obviously aligned to the presentations from Hiten and Gideon, so just give me a sec. I'm going back to Luca. I made a note of all the almost there. Give me a second. Okay, so I think the first batch primarily, but anybody in the panel can talk to. So Luca Latachan says, City of Cape Town did some tests with electric buses some time ago. Gideon and Etienne, are you using any return of experience from their tests in your operations? That's the one part. And then from Nikki Kovari, a two-part question. As part of the testing process for the 2 electric buses, are they being used to carry passengers yet? I think you've answered that. You projecting that as a static test now, and from the 1st of June, you will switch to passenger inclusion. So that's taken care of. But follow-up question, is there any intention to purchase the remaining 8 to 9 remaining BYD electric buses if the results are positive? So I think you and Heidi have something to talk about there with the 9 bus acquisition coming along the way. Then Duncan asked, what about the question of energy that goes into the manufacture of batteries and the safe environmental disposal thereof? Maybe Hiten can talk to that if possible. And moving further down, I've got a question from Frank Kienofer. It says, are there any plans from Golden Arrow to purchase or to pursue high capacity electric buses, i.e. double-decker or articulated buses or bi-articulated buses, like a Busco equivalent? So that's potentially, I think, zeroed into Gideon and Hiten. Memory, I see you've been quite, thank you very much. You've been quite active, and I think you've covered everybody there, unless somebody has anything unanswered. I noticed you've been responding to everybody. Just perhaps, I think, the last question from Mr. Barker. You said yes, but the question was, I'm not sure if the shared fuel levy revenue is specified for the different metros. Colleagues in intergovernmental could provide more details if you're interested. So maybe you'll talk to that. Over to you, panel. You've heard the questions. Thank you very much.
Well, if I
You
can
want to lead in?
start, I made a note of a few of the questions. Richard Bennett asked about green hydrogen. I think at the moment it's a chicken and egg problem that there's no vehicles available to do the test in South Africa, or at least in Cape Town. And then the production of the hydrogen then also becomes a problem. But I think whatever the solution is, we're keen to test alternate fuels. But at the moment, it is not on our radar. Then Nikki's question about the buses from the city of Cape Town. It's a BRT type vehicle, so we most probably will not purchase any of the remaining vehicles. The current vehicles will give us serious results and answer quite a few of our questions, but we will probably, if I'm pushed into a corner right now, then no, we won't buy the remaining vehicles. We're talking to one or two other BRT operators in South Africa to potentially buy those vehicles. What we're also planning or thinking of is that we're now in 2021, so that's the test of the two vehicles that we've got now. We believe it's going to be a successful test. That will lead into the potential test of a 65-seater electric bus, which is more the Golden Arrow specification of a vehicle. So that's probably 2022. So 2023 is the year when we need to make some serious decisions. So that's on the remaining buses. The city actually in the end did not test anything, so there's no data available. Duncan asked about the battery manufacturing and all that. I have got zero information on the energy to produce the battery, but the things that we've been reading quite a bit about is that once the vehicle is not suitable for automotive use, it's got a serious second life in storage. So what is fascinating, after Heaton put out the photograph on Twitter, I think within a day, I had a phone call from people in South Africa saying, listen, can we buy the batteries when you cannot use them in buses anymore? So I think that yes, there must be a safe disposal of it, but I think there's bigger things right at the moment for us to put our focus on. I think that the disposal of the batteries or the second life will be done in a responsible manner. Jan Louis asked, made a comment about the savings. We also believe that the savings, 75% of potential savings compared to a combustion engine will come from energy. The remaining bit will sit between labor and parts. And what we've just started, and it's actually yesterday morning, I had discussions with a young guy who's doing his master's in industrial engineering at Stellenbosch. He wants to do a thesis on and the idea that we are playing with is to have a picture of a workshop of 1,000 vehicles, which is Golden Arrow, right now doing diesel engines. Then say, what should that workshop look like X number of years from now in theory, if there's 1,000 electric buses? And what do you do in the time in between? Because you'll have to maintain being able to your facility to be able to maintain your combustion engines if you do the transition. So it will be fantastic to have a young guy with lots of energy and not old gray and grumpy like me to actually look at that and to assist us to say, listen, this is where you need to go and this is what you need to do with your current facilities to make sure that everything works out the right way. Plus the potential responsible look at labor, because there's definitely a chance and a huge chance that we'll require less labor X number of years from now if you go this route. So it must be a responsible approach. So the young man have got his work cut out to assist us. Then Frank's question about other buses. I mentioned the 65-seater bus that we are looking at or to test in the future. Arctics and bi-Arctics, Cape Town's traffic is not conducive to those vehicles. It's a fantastic vehicle when you want to move large number of passengers, but we struggle in Cape Town to really make them work. Double-decker, I am a huge fan. And if it will give me huge satisfaction if we can introduce a double-decker electric bus in Cape Town. I would really say I can retire comfortably or not comfortably, satisfied if that happens. Basil, I have got no idea what I've missed, but that's what
well covered there, Gideon. I think you've done a super job covering all around. I don't see anything specifically directed to Heidi at this point, except for the popularity of your contact details, which you shared.
Basil, there is one for Heidi in the chat room. Can I read it quickly from Irma Venter, journalist? Sorry, it's to memory.
Yeah, it's to memory. I've seen that. Yeah.
Sorry, no, I'm confused here. Sorry, my apologies.
Hiten, anything you want to add to the first segment from you and Gideon based on that before I move to memory?
Yeah, I think so. There was a question on the battery side, and I did speak to that in the chat, but yes, we'll address that now. I think, the electric vehicles are not just a sustainable product. The whole development cycle, including the sourcing of the minerals, has been transitioned to sustainable development, because a lot of outcry is on these vehicles. How sustainable are they when the value chain for production is not? And we obviously, part of that is also doing benchmarking against internal combustion engines. So certainly the manufacturers have transitioned radically in terms of that. The BMW i3, for example, incorporates 80% of recycled material in the vehicle. The production plant for the batteries is also renewable powered, both solar and wind powered for that. So this is what we're seeing in a transition. It won't be an overnight switch off and switch on, but certainly I think all producers are cleaning up the act in terms of that. And it's not just about a sustainable vehicle. It is a whole sustainable ecosystem and value chain for the production of the vehicles. And in terms of disposal, certainly that is within the extended producer responsibility regulation, which the Minister of the Environmental, Forestry and Fisheries announced in the 5th of November last year. And that's a regulation that's come into play specifically on electronic waste, including batteries. So with that, there's a new regime in place in the country to sustainably managed waste that will be banned from landfill. And we specifically need to drive that responsibility across all manufacturers, importers, and distributors of all electronics products, which also incorporate batteries as well. So certainly, it's a space we've been working in alongside the various role players, from the E-Waste Association to the specific facilities and our expertise in terms of that. But this is what is happening globally, and South Africa is also, implementing that framework to guide the industry and developments thereof.
Thanks very much, Hiten. And I think, we see that your role and your organization and your access to the stakeholders being very much crucial in the discussion going forward, keeping us abreast on the disposals and progress noted on each stage as we go along. Memory, I think for yourself, you covered most of it, but there was a question from Irma Venter, who is the journalist on online at the moment. It says, how can carbon tax on vehicles and fuel be justified when SA is still on Euro 2 fuel standards? Meaning that we cannot import cleaner ICE vehicles. So we're stuck with the dirty cars, but forced to pay carbon tax, and the rest of Africa seems to be moving to Euro 5, whilst we're still on Euro 2. Ronnie just added to that further to say, is Treasury in the process of or looking at or has any mechanisms that is subsidizing individual bus operators on an incentivized basis, or are you still taking a very broad approach given your earlier presentation comment on high net versus pro-poor balancing act that you need to maintain as well? Thanks, Memory.
Thanks, Basil, for the question. So in terms of, yes, that is part of, I guess, government grappling with the different policy mechanisms, and that sits, and the mandates that sits with different departments. But from the way we're looking at it, I guess clean fuels were supposed to be implemented in October 2017. There was supposed to be a shift to, I think, Euro 4. But surprisingly, there are quite a number of cars that are actually, the new cars that are being manufactured in South Africa or imported actually use the cleaner fuels. They don't use the Euro 2 per se standards. So in as much as the policy framework is a bit lagging in that sense, in terms of our refineries moving to Euro 6, there's quite a, within our car park, there's quite a number of vehicles that actually use the Euro 5 and 6 levels, and it's growing, as can be seen by the number of imported finished product that comes into the country that doesn't get, refined. So we have to move with what's happening worldwide, with our net zero commitments, with our NDC updates and review. So we have, if you listen to on the motor vehicle emissions tax, we changed the threshold for the passenger vehicles because we believe there is a number of passenger vehicles that are on Euro 5 and 6 currently in South Africa. But in terms of the double cabs, we haven't moved that threshold in line of what is happening in the country. So unfortunately, if we're going to price, because the carbon price, the reason why we have a carbon tax is to send that signal into the economy that we need to shift the way we produce, the way we consume, the way we invest. And we can't, it has to be broad-based. So we then can't exempt certain sectors, just like we made the electricity price neutrality commitment because we couldn't exempt Eskom from the carbon tax. It didn't make sense. It had to be broad-based and everyone had to come within the tax net. So when we send that price signal, in as much as the machinery moves slow in government, those are things we're trying to sort of align within the policies. So within the DMRE is where the policy for the fuel standards is. Within the DTIC is where the vehicle manufacturing, in terms of the, where are we in terms of vehicle manufacturing? Have we started manufacturing vehicles that, because remember, we also export to a lot of those African countries. So if they are moving to Euro 5, it means within South Africa, we are producing those kind of vehicles. We've just lagged behind in terms of our refineries, and that's a policy government is working on. So that's how we try to balance. We can't not do what is necessary for us to transition to a low carbon economy because one aspect hasn't gotten there yet. We will get there. We try, and as government, to try and align those policies so they work. And also, I think in terms of, yes, the taxes are different, but from the Treasury perspective, if you look at, if there was a vehicle manufacturing, like an industry plan that comes into effect that says only this kind of vehicles can be manufactured in South Africa, and we need an incentive for that, that's something we can look at as a Treasury. But for us to look at, if you look at Hitens, I think he had a graph showing the different kinds of vehicles that are in South Africa, showing how we've moved from, we never had hybrid vehicles, we never had EVs, but over time, these are now starting to come into the economy. So if we look at the sheer numbers of the new vehicles that are, e-mobile vehicles versus the ICE, it doesn't make sense, given the scarce resources we have, for us to be subsidizing sort of like the well-off, or, it's mostly the private individuals that have access to EVs. But over time, as the vehicle fleets, because one of the recycling measures was to get the public transport system. So we are encouraged when we see that our BRT systems are actually moving to CNG, LNG. They are moving away from the dirty. That's what we want to incentivize as government, because it makes sense, because the lower income deciles use public transport. That's what we want to subsidize. That's where we want the way we are going to shift towards this low carbon economy. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. Just on, I think you might have touched it, but Ronnie asked, is Treasury subsidizing individual bus operators? Your last part, I think, covered that because of the broad range of fleet currently available. But if there's an inquiry from individual operators, is there a mechanism to engage with Treasury directly to say, these are our initiatives? Or if Golden Arrow came now and said, Treasury, we need to talk to you now specifically about our medium to long-term project, how do they engage?
Well, if we are open to engagement, so we've got a public transport grant system, and I think that's headed by the Department of Transport. So if there are those kind of proposals, they can come through, we look at it, and we give you feedback. We are very open to stakeholder engagements with initiatives. We've got an R&D tax incentive for 150%. So if you've got a new initiative, something, that's something you can take advantage of. So if you come through with a proposal, we can guide you in terms of, this is what government has in terms of incentives, or this is the department you need to be dealing with in terms of this aspect of your proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary. Hiten, I think a final question came through, Ari, unless you've got anything else, but I've got a last one from Adrian Adams. Hiten, what are the technological factors influencing the distribution of EVs by the South African motor vehicle industry?
Yeah, so from a technology point of view, there's certainly no barrier. And I think, one of the broader challenges is just the technology anxiety of consumers. They still think, some consumers out there still think EVs are foreign. We don't, it will be still 20 years till we have them in South Africa. But already, we have those vehicles available on our OEM floors in terms of that. So I think, from a technology point of view, there's certainly no barrier to entry. A lot of awareness creation, capacity building is required, not only for consumers, for CEOs within industry, across the value chain, in government and everything else, in terms of that. So certainly there's no barrier from a technology point of view. The introductory slides also, touched on those aspects, how, EVs have evolved from the 18th century to where we are today, that they are now, really accelerating worldwide. And all the potential barriers that were in the past in terms of driving range, recharging times, all of that has been demythed and debunked with all the technology available today. So from a technology point of view, there's certainly no barrier.
Thanks, Hiten. Ari, I think we're closer to the last comment from, or the last question for Dr. Mashingambi, from Amin van der Merwe. And I think it talks to two issues here, a greater involvement and introduction of women in the transport space. But what about the EV adoption in the e-hailing and metered cab sectors? And would Treasury consider a similar grant system to drive the uptake to put women in the driving seat? Doctor, your comment?
Thank you. So in terms of some of these initiatives, how we see them benefiting is, so in terms of the widespread EV adoption, that's like something, yes, we need to look at as a government going forward in how we incentivize more uptake of EVs. But this also has to go back into the DTIC policies in terms of industrial development and, you know, the automotive development plan. It's not something that Treasury can just take from the top and say we are going to incentivize when our industrial policy is not talking to that particular issue. But in terms of how the EVs that are currently operating, they're also benefiting from not having to pay the taxes that I talked to. So in terms of the motor vehicles emissions tax, they don't pay the fuel tax, and currently even the road accident fund levy, they are not paying that, even though it's so unequal in terms of if they get into an accident, they have to be compensated. But those are some of the issues we are grappling with in terms of, because the development is also coming in very fast in terms of the motor vehicles that are operating now. So that's something we're grappling with, as doing policy to make sure it's all inclusive and we are able to cater for. But yes, we need to have that policy, and it's something that as we're transitioning to a low carbon economy, those are proposals that we will be willing to look at if they come through. And yes, in terms of us implementing or being the champions of EVs, there is I think the DOT, there's a policy space we're going into in terms of green procurement and making sure all the government vehicles we procure going forward talk to the, you know, their EVs or their hybrid vehicles, just for us to also demonstrate leadership as government in terms of this is where we want to drive the economy, but this is what we are doing going forward. So there is that framework already being put in place to say we need to be the champion of this whole transition in terms of the EVs. And Department of Science and Technology, in terms of green hydrogen, they've been doing a lot of work in terms of that and how us as a country, we can tap into that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic as a champion process, but we will look towards the integrated approach, because one of the challenges we have is intergovernmental alignment to many of the issues. So great stuff, Doc, and we look forward to further engaging. Harry, I think you normally are very good with managing time, but I think given this was maybe from an industry point of view, a first collated or aligned webinar on this topic, I think you would indulge us for running slightly over timing. Over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Basil. Yeah, it's very important we're talking. Perhaps, yeah, we're seriously running out of time, but we can maybe ask the panelists for very short closing remarks for this round. Maybe we can start with Gideon and then to Heidi and then Ethan and then Dr. Memory.
My closing remarks, I think the move is, we think the move is fast, but it is substantially faster than what I think any of us have got the picture in our mind. And it is important that we keep up. I think in this instance, government needs to be careful to try and protect, because in the end, I think they are going to do exactly the opposite than protect. They're going to hurt local manufacturing. And we must be so careful that our automotive industry in South Africa do not become the next Nokia or Kodak example that people are going to use in business cases all around, or at least in South Africa. say, how did we miss this opportunity? Because it is, I think the risk is bigger than what anybody actually think it is. So in our book, in Golden Arrow, this is really exciting times. It's we're embracing this and we're going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. I would kind of say as a closing statement, I think going forward, speaking to what Gideon says, we're moving at a rapid pace, and there's, on the one hand, we face huge risks, but on the other hand, there's a huge opportunity. And I think through collaboration and partnership, we can really access the opportunity and position South Africa really well to play a significant part in this transition and just, create jobs, do all the things that we really believe in. So I think that we need to balance the risk and opportunity, but really try and access opportunities as much as possible. And we're here to partner. That's my closing comment.
Thank you, Gideon and Heidi. Let's go to Ethan.
Yeah, thanks. So I think, it's clearly indicative from the presentation and discussions and also international insights that the EV ship has started sailing. We need to get our ducks in order in South Africa across the value chain in terms of getting that going. And I think, we are not as far behind as what is perceived out there without the lack of information. And certainly from that presentation shared, I hope we've given some insights into that. And we really need collaborative efforts from government, from industry, and all role players to advance the EV agenda in the country, because we have significant opportunities and possibilities to leapfrog and advance the country going forward.
Thank you, Ethan. Dr. Memory.
Thank you for the opportunity, I guess, to share what we're doing. And it's really great to hear the different initiatives and where people on the ground are in terms of, it's encouraging actually. And I think in terms of implementing the green transport strategy of the Department of Transport, we have a number of initiatives within government that have been started by that green transport initiative. And we are trying to align policies to ensure that as we transition, because what trumps or what directs the country is the National Development Plan, and now we have national determined contributions, and we are all departments of government are looking at how do we then transition so we are not left behind. So we are a proactive government, and I think the number of initiatives we have, we're going to improve on it, and we are open to submissions and discussing, new things that are coming up. You can send us emails. We will make time for you, and we will direct you in the right, either if it's within Treasury, within other government departments, because we are working on transitioning to a low carbon economy as a government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Memory. Thank you very much for the panelists, including our host, Basil. Job very well done. So let's give a hand to our excellent board of panelists. Basil, if it's okay with you, I think we're going to give the people 5 minutes break, and then we will commence with the next session, and maybe we will sacrifice the last break and have the last session, all presenters presenting. We will see how it goes with our time. So I'll put up the clock for us for a 5 minutes break. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Harry. Agreed. Thank you, Harry. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, folks, we'll start this segment with a presentation from Winston Jordan, primarily covering resourcing around electric vehicles. And Winston is the founder and managing director of GridCars. It is an electric vehicle charging company, which was founded in 2009. And if you put that into context, that's probably a good 4 years before the first commercial EVs arrived in South Africa. So GridCars is the leading, or GridCars is leading the charge to installation of DC fast chargers in South Africa. And they've also developed a revolutionary back office system for managing both the charger maintenance and support and customer billing systems. Winston has nearly 20 years of experience in driving e-mobility, and he will share insights now into electric vehicles and charging strategies, and specifically commercial charging systems. So welcome and thanks for your time again, Winston, and over to you.
Very much. Okay, great. Let me first get the slides running. I need to share screen. Okay, did I get the slides right first time?
Good to go.
Good to go. Great. All right, so thank you very much for this opportunity. It's been great listening to the speakers talking about different aspects of the industry that I think a lot of people have been looking for answers to and wanting to know a lot more about. Just make sure it clicks through. So I'd like to just start by maybe clarifying one of the points that's come up repeatedly this morning, and that is the taxes that make electric vehicles more expensive. I think there's a misconception that this is to try to make electric vehicles cheaper. And in fact, most people might react and think, yes, it is to make electric vehicles cheaper, but it's not. It's to create volume sales. So yes, cheaper prices do create volume sales. Once you have volume sales, the manufacturers are then in a position to be able to do local manufacturing. Manufacturers do not do local manufacturing without local sales and local capacity, local competence. So all of those things would be driven by lowering of the price. The second problem is that if we continue to apply taxes to vehicles, we will only see the premium brands come in. This is not because there are only premium brands in the rest of the world. It's that the only premium brands come in here because they're the ones that can handle the slightly higher pricing. So we're missing out on all the cheaper vehicles. We're missing out on the public transport opportunities. We're missing out on being able to make transport cheaper for the poorer people, if you want to put it that as bluntly as that. I think the important thing is that this is about stimulating an industry and not about making expensive cars cheaper. It's about getting volume into the market. But let's get on to the subject at hand and talk a little bit about GridCars. So as was stated in the introduction, GridCars was established in 2009. We focused primarily in 4 areas. So the first one is charging infrastructure, so charging point supplier. So we specialize in understanding the charging hardware, being able to support the charging hardware, and we consider ourselves relatively knowledgeable on the types of hardware out there, how the hardware can be configured and how it can be maintained and supported in a market, because that's critically important as we move forward. The second and third part is really coming down to what we call the back office. So charge point operations is where we are managing charging infrastructure on the road. And part of that management, or privately for that matter, but part of that management is understanding errors that are happening, supporting the customers in terms of using that charging infrastructure, ensuring that the charge stations are well maintained and operational at all times. The third leg, which we call e-mobility, is where we're dealing with the customer's payments, reporting, all of the things around the transaction that happens. So not the hardware itself or the management of the hardware, but the transaction that is going over this hardware and over the network each time you charge and how that would work. And it doesn't have to be billed. It can be free or it can be part of a business. The idea is that that transaction needs to be properly managed. And then as Gridcars, we would then put all of those services and expertise into investing in networks. So the next slide gives you an idea. That is the network that Gridcars has deployed across South Africa. It's by far the most extensive DC network on the African continent. The objective was to cover the N1, the N2, the N3, and the N4, all of them with a distance of no more than 200 kilometers. That has been achieved and in some cases exceeded. So for example, the Garden Route is almost 100 kilometers between each charging station. The N3 is down now to, I think, one of 150, and the others are all smaller than that. So it's really, the network is there. There is a big need to expand on that network. I know Hiten mentioned there's a lot of other people in the market. Well, there's a lot of other people talking about getting into the market. We have a lot of discussions with them as well. And I think part of that discussion is to how do we fill the gaps? How do we reinforce? You know, we've got charger, look at that lonely charging station down there in Beaufort West. If you get there and the charger is broken, you spend in the night. So having a second charger in town benefits everybody. Now, admittedly, this is the electric vehicle network. And I'm going to move now to talking more about the commercialization side. So buses and trucks, if you want to put that in. Sorry, one more picture. That's what a typical charging station looks like. And as you can see, it's not really conducive to a bus or truck parking in there and being able to charge. So now we have to look at why will these networks evolve firstly? So why is EV a growing market? So if we look at what's happening in South Africa, firstly, the evolution of multiple business models is providing diverse charging solutions. So we are starting to see and engage with people around different models that were charging successful and that would work. Some of those models will work for commercial operators, others will work for the public in general. And it's important that we understand that these models have to all emerge in the market and be tested before we can get to some point of relevance. There are several large players entering the market. So we are seeing some of the big fuel suppliers now making a commitment to taking forward electric charging, not just the OEMs. We're seeing other private companies starting to talk about investing and planning about where they will invest and what they will do. These early signs of market consolidation. So when we talk about consolidation, that's ensuring that we work to the similar standards, that we work with the same signage, as simple as things like that. There were initiatives that just never got off the ground to drive a single initiative for signage. What signage do you use? And nobody has done that yet, but I think at this stage, there is now a dominant one, mostly the one that we use, but the idea is that more and more people are now saying, well, let's just pick one and use that one and go forward, even though there's no clear guidance from municipalities or from national government that is saying this is the signage that should be used. We're seeing venture capitalists and private equity funds starting to underpin some of this growth and to support that. And we've seen strong policy at an international level and an understanding, and I'm going to call it leadership, things that we should be looking at as South Africa to incorporate into our policy strategies, because these companies, again, are not doing it to reduce the price of the car. They're doing it to create markets and to create sales, because when you create a market, you create business, you create job opportunities, and you build those things stronger. And I know that's a big drive of Hiten to try to build that localization and get those markets going. And we're seeing a drop in renewable energy prices. We've seen lower of operational costs for EVs, and internationally affordability of EVs is really increasing the supply. We're seeing millions of vehicles being sold in the rest of the world and maybe hundreds in South Africa. So it really is something we've got to look at. How do we stimulate that demand? This is a relatively, maybe I should state up front, I'm probably more of the optimist in terms of how quickly things are going to change. I think a lot of other people talk about 2030, 2035. I'm back in 2025, 2026 as when we could see the worst case scenario of no more electric vehicles, no more petrol vehicles being sold. So, and this is underpinned by very solid research that once that transition starts happening, you know, when they were looking at the transition from black and white to color TVs, they said, oh, it'll take 5 years. It took less than a year to see that transition happen, because you believe you can slow the pace, but actually the customer dictates that pace by starting to say, I'm not going to buy this vehicle anymore. So we will see that transition. Let's have a look quickly now. As technology moves, the technology we're going to be talking about going forward is these two broad types of charging, AC charging and DC charging. And for the purposes of this discussion, The biggest difference is that if you've got an AC charger, the charger itself is relatively cheap, but the charging equipment inside of the vehicle is much more expensive. Whereas if you've got DC charging, the charging equipment inside of the vehicle is much cheaper. Whereas the DC charger on the outside that is sitting on the pavement, that is much more expensive. So now you've got to decide, where do you want your expense to lie? And I'll try to cover that in one or two more slides. So where are we in the industry today? So firstly, if we look at the three, and please forgive me, I'll ask special forgiveness to Gideon, but standing of the three biggest drivers in any commercial fleet, whether it be buses or trucks, and that is the cost of the vehicle, the cost of the fuels, and the cost of maintenance. So those are the things that are going to drive this. If we look at what's happening in diesel, all three of those are going up. Maintenance costs are going up yearly, fuel costs are going up yearly, and the vehicle costs are going up yearly. If we look at the same thing in electric vehicles, all of those prices are going down. Now, we talk about price parity, and on the vehicle side, we're expecting price parity in 2023. Debatably, but we're expecting that. Where will we see price parity on commercial vehicles? I don't know. Maybe 2 years later, 2025. It's a bit of a guessing game. We're all playing this game at this stage. But what's going to happen at that point, and in fact, before price parity, because price parity is only talking about the capital cost of the vehicle. So before price parity, we will hit the operational breakthrough point. Now, if you look at the little graph I've drawn at the bottom, no numbers implied, no dates put in there, just giving you the concept. And that is that the blue line is for a diesel vehicle today, electric vehicle today. And the black line is a diesel vehicle today. And we're going to call it operational cost. And the black line, as you can see, will continue to increase as we go on. Electric vehicles will dip down. They'll reach a point where they can't go any further down, and then the prices will turn back up again. But the idea is there's a crossover. When that crossover point happens, we can call that the obvious time to change to electric, because anybody who does not have a business case on buying new vehicles. So you're buying a vehicle, you'll be putting yourself at a disadvantage to buy a fuel-based vehicle, whereas, and it might be different for different types of industries, different ranges, different load capacities. All of these things will change that line a little bit in your industry. But at that crossover point, we are moving, and it is obvious that we have to move to electric. What's more interesting for me is the next crossover point. And the next crossover point comes when the operational cost of an electric vehicle is cheaper. The total cost of an electric vehicle, cost of the actual operations, including the cost of the vehicle, is cheaper than just the operational cost of the diesel vehicle. So in other words, fuel and maintenance. And it's not unrealistic that we'll see this crossover. The problem is when that crossover happens, the value of a diesel vehicle becomes zero. So now you've lost the second-hand value of that vehicle. So if the second-hand value was part of your strategy to sell the vehicle, you won't be able to sell it because somebody could, in fact, you won't even be able to give it away because somebody would be able to buy an electric vehicle and operate it cheaper than just operating the diesel vehicle. And that the thing is, between those two lines is where businesses have to make their strategic decisions very, very, very fast. Because if you do not make the decision quick enough, you will not have a market for your second-hand vehicles and therefore will not be able to recover some sort of money out of that. So these become the difficulties that the fleet operators are going to be facing and how they're going to have to manage this. And I would imagine that most of them today are sitting with their financial directors and modeling this and starting to work out what is the chances, when is the best time for us to make that hard switch and that switch across quickly. So it gives you some idea of the challenges that are going to be faced in the industry and the things that we need to resolve. Just quickly on pricing, and I won't hold long on this price, but basically pricing of energy comes down to the amount of energy that's been sold. It's as simple as that. If charge stations are not busy, the price has to be as high as possible to try to attempt to recover money. If the charge stations are busy, then the price can be much tighter on the margins because you've got a bigger turnover to work with, and you can build a profit model quite easily. Currently, in the UK, they talk about 3.2 times the cost of actual electricity. So if the electricity costs you R1, you're going to pay R3.20 for a charge. Now, that is not going to be practical for a commercial model. So commercial models are not going to be looking at these, let's call them commercial pricing, the pricing that happens in the industry. What the commercial model is going to be looking at, so just quickly on this one, first one is a number for fossil fuel. I won't go into detail. This was done for fuel vehicles, normal cars. The next one is the public charging number, and then you get a home charging number, and you get a solar number. As you can see, they get less and less and less. And as Gideon correctly said, you're going to be looking at a blended rate. And that blended rate is going to incorporate the time of use. It's going to incorporate when you can use solar and when you have to use normal hard power where you're not necessarily getting any advantage from it. All of these things will come out at giving you a rate that you're going to be paying per kilometer for your vehicle. And that's how you've got to work going forward on these numbers. So what makes commercial charging, EV charging stations and commercial charging stations, what makes them expensive? What are the parameters that you should be looking for? So the first thing is, let's talk about charging stations. Well, there's the setup cost, the cost of the hardware, cost of the land, in words, if you're going to be putting down your own charging stations. And unfortunately for commercial operators, it'll be very hard. With EV vehicles, we were easily able to go and put a charger down in a parking bay at a shopping center. You're not going to be able to do that as a commercial operator. You're going to have to source land and build your own site. Secondly, the high charging speeds are going to be the next cost driver. So the faster you want to charge, the more you're going to have to pay for it in terms of the equipment that you're putting down. Availability. So in many sites, you won't have power available, but where you've got power available, this becomes a big driver for cost. Next one, insufficient usage or unpredictable usage. So the cost driving of charging stations, if you can't predict the usage or you don't have a lot of usage, the cost has to be high. If you've got more predictable usage and you know exactly what it is and it is sufficient, cost can be lower, and then the cost of the actual power itself. What makes cars expensive? Well, low volume sales. So if you're not selling a lot of cars, those cars are going to be expensive. And this is why one of the things that doing away with this will allow us to get the volumes up and get the prices down, which means we'll get more and more of these vehicles into the market. And really, a big part of it is, how are you going to be charging? Are you charging on a daily basis, or how does it evolve with your business case? Can you change your business case how to fit how best charging strategies might work? The last point that drives the cost is really the batteries, and it's the size of the battery. So you need to right size your battery. So smaller batteries for shorter trips. No good you've got a big battery and you're doing a shorter trip, you only have to charge the bus once a week. That's just crazy. You size your battery per day to work within your daily cycle or within your opportunities to be able to charge, and see how those are going to work. So larger batteries require larger trips, and regular charging versus daily charging is really important to understand how that's going to work. So just to give you some insight into those then, on the DC side, if we look at DC, just generally DC charging, you need very high power requirements. This is 300 to 600 kilowatts per charging station. So if you've got a site that's got 4 charging stations on it, you're talking about a 2 megawatt site. These are big numbers. You're going to struggle to find places where there's available power to be able to support something like this. Charge times are fast. They're between 15 minutes and 60 minutes. You get plug-based charging. It's a simple installation. You put down a box. It's got a cable hanging on it. Problem is, cables are typically very heavy because you're moving a lot of current. So they have to be relatively thick cables, and they can be quite an exercise in actually moving those across. The next thing is pantograph charging. You can see the picture on the bottom is a pantograph system. And with the pantograph, it's a lot easier to connect. Obviously, the installation is more expensive. You've got a big infrastructure that you've got to put down. But this does give you fast charging capabilities within that. So just remember this slide. So we said when it's AC or DC, DC more expensive on the charging side, less expensive in the bus. But let's have a quick look at what the ACs do then. So, oh, sorry, that was a bad slide. So on the AC side, let's take an example and say we've got 1,000 vehicles. Typical charging times 4 to 8 hours on AC. I had the pleasure yesterday of looking at how Gideon's bus is working, and it really is great. I foresee such great things for Golden Arrow in particular, but for what that bus is going to achieve. And I think in terms of the data that they are so prepared to share and make available in the industry, that bus in particular does use AC charging. So you're looking at a 4 to 8 hour charging time for a full charge. You're going to have, if you have 1,000 vehicles, you're probably going to have 1,000 chargers, because if this is overnight, it's the entire night that it's got to charge. The vehicles can be stationary, so you can plug them in and leave them overnight. Nobody has to look after it. There's no real option for quick charging if you have an AC charging system. And when we talk about quick, just to remind you, I said 300 to 600 kilowatts. Whereas on the AC side, typical charging speeds might be up to 60 or 80 kilowatts as opposed to 300 to 600. So there's really a big difference in the speed. You can use opportunity charging. So you can charge whenever you like. You can stop and just quickly plug it in because it's a lot easier to do. And typically the vehicle must have its full operating capacity, because if your charging sessions are long, that's your overnight charge, you need your full capacity to use the vehicle during the day, whatever vehicle that is. And you would typically charge overnight at a depot of some sort. If you're on the DC side, 1,000 vehicles, 1 hour charging time. You could do away with 100 chargers. Vehicles would have to be moved. So you'd need to move the vehicles into the charger. When it's done, take it out. So there is going to be a night shift in terms of operations. You can do quick charging. So if you now needed to do an hour charge over lunchtime and regain your full range of the vehicle, you're able to do that. So you can play strategically now where you might have a slightly smaller battery and rather do 2 charges in a day. And remember, price of the battery, price of the vehicle. So you can start to play these numbers. It's not a simple decision. There's really some sophisticated modeling that has to sit behind how you make these calls. You can do quick charging that will extend your range operationally. If you need, this is absolutely needed when you do long distance driving. Then, because if you have the slower charging on long distance, then every 200 kilometers you stop in for 8 hours, which is going to really slow down the trips. Whereas if you've got an hour long charging, you could do a Durban trip in maybe 2 hours longer or 3 hours longer. So 3 hours more than a fossil fuel vehicle, because those are the 3 hours needed for charging, 3 1-hour charging sessions. And typically we look at charging stations every 200 to 250 kilometers. So generally the things that we can do to make this better is scheduling. Scheduling is the absolute key to commercial charging, because using scheduling, you can stop people queuing, you can ensure that your charger is always busy, you can use your busyness at the right time. So you can have a charger busy when the sun is out while you're using renewable energy. And you could have less vehicles at night when you've got lower load because you don't have the support from the grid. So again, a real strategy around this means that you start to address some of the concerns. So scheduling will certainly address insufficient usage and unpredictable usage, because you can now plan that better. High power availability, renewables, and consider private charging. So some operators, they should only charge in private. It makes sense for their operational model. Other operators who are doing long distance down to Durban or to Cape Town, Joburg, wherever, they will need to have a public strategy where they understand how they're going to be charged at these bigger public charging stations. So as a very important part of charging, smart charging is critical. I'm going to just scan these because I'm down to about 2 slides and I know I'm on my time. The solar side has to be part of your strategy, and we really have to start looking at storage, especially to be able to handle big peaks of power. If we want to drop 600 kilowatts on smaller connections, we have to have storage systems backing those up. And this is a big part of the GridCast strategy, is a whole structure around power consulting, power management, energy management, understanding how these things will flow and work in your business. I just thought I'd show you this. This was a drawing of a real world charging station, definitely for cars, but you can quite imagine a little bit higher roof, and this could start working for trucks and buses. But this was a dedicated charging station. I think the drawings hit the internet about 2 years ago, and about 6 months ago, we saw the pictures of the real thing. It's built in the UK. It's an incredible site. It's certainly on my list of to-dos when I go to the UK the next time, to go and have a look and see what the site actually looks like, because this is the future of big charging on open roads, etc. So that just gives you some list of the customers that GridCars is working with, both as site partners as well as customers that are buying technology from us or buying services from us. But we work very closely with them. And then the last slide is really just a call to what can you do? So firstly, talk to us if you want us to help you with your strategy. And we're quite happy to understand your business strategy and give you some recommendations on how charging would work for you, private versus public, how you, whether it's AC versus DC, and in particular with the vehicle that you're looking at in particular. Become part of the initiative with GridCars, and in terms of dedicated commercial charging stations. This is really for open road charging. So Gideon, my apologies, I think you're more of a private charger, but this is when we're taking out onto the roads and we're building trucks and buses. And really the important thing here is to understand, how do we discuss with fuel operators, with OEMs, the technology that's going to go into those charging stations. We can't have one person wanting a plug, another one wanting a pantograph, the next one wants a drive-in plug, the other one wants wireless charging. Never going to happen. We need a single standard that the operators agree is going to work for them. And that becomes the standard supported in these charging stations. Understand the power requirements, access rules. If you haven't contributed towards the charging station, what is your price for energy? Do you pay more than somebody who contributed to it? These things need to be ironed out and agreed with the industry. Information sharing, costs and cost recovery, expected vehicle fleet growths. If we don't have these growths, we can't design what is an ideal charging station. So we need to understand where these timelines are going to move and make sure that your particular vehicle operational strategy will be aligned to the strategies that we're putting in place and working with private individuals in terms of driving the local strategies in South Africa. So my thank you for listening. I know I rushed it, but it was an important message.
Absolutely, Winston. Yeah, important indeed. And I think, well, first of all, well done on taking the lead role and playing such a significant part in the development of infrastructure, which is crucial. And also you're alluding to the aspects of signage and conformance. So you've taken the lead role already. Obviously there are pains to bear with it, but setting the standards makes adoption going forward a lot easier for other entrants coming on. But I think I enjoyed specifically your balanced approach. You gave us the potentials, the opportunities, and how to actually think it through in terms of the investments, if the industry wants to take that. And then obviously to talk to creating a demand and market locally, which will promote localization. I like your enthusiasm around the 2026 target. I think we'll feed into that enthusiasm as we develop this discussion going forward. And the crossover points are extremely interesting but challenging. But I think overall, the key takeaway, which feeds nicely into our next speaker, we need to start thinking about financial modeling and how to integrate that into the aspect of setting a proper financial model that people can feed off or feed into as we develop. But thank you very much, Winston, for your time and your input today.
Pleasure.
Okay, folks, from that line, and as I said, feeding nicely into the next part of the discussion, to continue the discussion around funding, Mr. Jonathan First will present views on funding structures, and appropriate sources of funding at a high level. Jonathan is the Managing Director at GFA Climate and Infrastructure. He spent 18 years in investment banking in London, Toronto, and Johannesburg, and 8 years in development finance in South Africa after qualifying as a lawyer. Since 2012, Jonathan has focused on climate-focused development finance and impact investment in sub-Saharan Africa. He established GFA now in 2018 to provide advisory services to support and fund climate-focused infrastructure. Whilst he was at the DBSA, Jonathan developed innovative structured finance solutions and sourced funding for large infrastructure projects in sub-Saharan Africa. And he also led the DBSA's initiative to create a green bank, which culminated in the establishment of the Climate Finance Facility, which is co-funded by the Green Climate Fund. Jonathan currently serves on 2 committees of SA's first Green Outcomes Fund and sits on the advisory committee of the Global Climate Innovation Lab. He's also the part of a task team that set up the Impact Investment National Advisory Board in SA, and he's now a board member. Welcome, Jonathan. Thank you for your time and your contribution today, and over to you.
Thanks very much, Basil. Harry has kindly agreed to manage the slides on my behalf. So Harry, if you could load my presentation and then we can begin.
And I'll be with you in a second.
Thanks. And also thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I always say that from a technical point of view, there are always solutions, but technology has to be funded. and particularly, let's call it new technology or developing technology, always has much bigger challenges in terms of funding. So hopefully, as a result of the presentation, I can demonstrate that there is a way to fund or to effectively fund this developing technology. So I think the introduction has been made. If we can move on to the next slide. So I think that, I think that, and this has been alluded to previously, there is a green transport strategy, and it has been published, and it was published by the Department of Transport in 2018. It certainly recognizes the need for a movement away from diesel or combustion engines towards electric vehicles, and also to obviously to include hydrogen, green hydrogen. But certainly for today's discussion, we need to talk about electric vehicles. So there is seemingly government support behind this initiative. It's a bit more challenging and is not as straightforward as one would have hoped. But certainly the fact that this is published and this is out there shows that the government is clearly intending to move green transport forward. I've quoted there from, I think, his DDG, which very much summarizes the green transport strategy as envisaged by the Department of Transport. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of information on the slide. The reality is there's almost 22,000 buses in South Africa, and not one is green from an operational point of view. So I think that the challenge is there, but also the opportunity is there. I think also we need to recognize that transport, particularly road transport, which makes up 90% of the transport in South Africa, is a significant contributor to greenhouse gases. And this is one of the main reasons we're doing this, is that the transport sector is the third largest contributor to carbon emissions. So it is a sector we need to look at, and we need to look at from a climate change point of view. It can't be avoided. As I said, the Department of Transport supports a movement towards green transport. And then most importantly, and this is important from a funding point of view, is that there's something called the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And basically, these set out the goals that are being used by funders across the globe to decide on their funding strategy. So it's entirely relevant that the industry looks at meeting these sustainable goals. And let me give you a reason why this is so important. So if you look at blended finance, so blended finance is the combination of concessional finance and private sector finance. That's regarded as blended finance. If you look at the concessional finance part, whether that's coming from development finance institution or coming from something like the Green Climate Fund or coming from a donor government, they will not provide concessional finance unless the project or the program meets certain of the sustainable development goals. So whether we like it or not, if we want to attract concessional funding to programs such as this, we are going to have to change the way we look at the sector. So what I'm saying is that this is reality. The reality is, if you want to attract funding, you're going to have to change. What's also happened from the private sector point of view is that impact investing is moving at pace. And impact investing is exactly the same thing. There are several funders, and I'm talking about across the board in terms of banks, pension funds, life companies, asset managers, that will no longer support fossil fuel-based investment. So once again, if as a sector, you want to attract private, long-term private sector investment, you're going to also have to transition away from fossil fuel-based vehicles. So that is the main reason why we need to look to the future. And I think it was very appropriate that Winston came in before me, because he raised this aspect about a stranded asset, that combustion engine-based vehicles could become a stranded asset, and as such will not be funded by any funder in the future. So we're very much in a transition period. I think we're at a very important transition period, but I think we have to accept that the future in terms of funding will demand change. Otherwise, funding will not be made available for the development of the transport sector. The other important aspect, I think, which was also mentioned by Winston, and I've had direct involvement, is that there is enormous opportunity for local manufacture. And the DTIC recognizes this. So it's not as though we have to rely on imported components, going forward. But once again, as Winston mentioned, there has to be economies of scale. The market has to be sufficiently large enough for the manufacturers to set up local manufacturing plants. And then the last point is the one that I've mentioned previously. Next slide, please. So this to me is absolutely fundamental. It's what I call the will. So the political will, and this has to come from government. If we have no political will from government to change, we will never, ever develop this sector, the transport sector and the movement towards EV buses. And I believe that the government is moving in the right direction. We could argue they could move a lot quicker, but they are moving in the right direction. Then there's the operator's will. And that's, members of SABOA wanting to actually make the move. I know that Golden Arrow have started the process, and enormous compliments to them. But I think every operator has to start this movement towards converting to electric vehicles. And so that's very important. And then lastly, the funding. As I said previously, and I cannot stress this enough, to be able to use a blended finance approach, in other words, competitive long-term funding, we need to move away, we need to transition away from fossil fuel-based vehicles. Next slide, please. Okay, so, it's all very well saying that, we need to move, but there is actually a financial instrument or financial approach that currently works. And it's called pay as you save. It was developed by the Global Lab, as Basil mentioned. I sit on the advisory board. And basically what it recognizes is that the cost of an electric vehicle at the moment is about 2.5 times the cost of a combustion run bus. So from a financial point of view, irrespective of whether you believe in climate change or not, from a financial point of view, it's going to be very difficult to pay 2.5 or 2 times as much for a bus, because financially it doesn't make sense. However, what we also recognize is that there are significant operational savings as a result of switching from a combustion bus to an electric bus. And the whole idea behind PAYS is to take those operational savings and use them to repay a loan that is raised in the first instance to buy the bus, even though the bus is 2.5 times the cost of a diesel bus. So what you're doing is you're advancing a loan to the bus company, for example. So the bus company is not necessarily funding it from cash flow. That cost is then repaid. Sorry, that funding cost is then repaid from the savings. And we've modeled this and it does work. Now, this situation is only going to get better because we believe that two things are going to happen. The cost of the electric vehicle is going to come down, as Winston, I think he's probably being over optimistic, but I hope he's right. The cost of the electric vehicle is going to come down to reach parity or below, but also the operational costs, the differential is also going to increase. So we don't have to wait until 2025 or 2030 when there's parity in terms of capital expenditure. We can actually start funding the buses now, recognizing that there is a difference in the capital outlay up front. And this is what we call PAYS. So PAYS as an instrument, as envisaged by the Global Lab, is slightly different to the way I believe it should work in South Africa. The one that they used at the Global Lab involved the utility company being the borrower, okay? So I don't believe that that will work in South Africa. So if we go to the next slide, I will go through a structure which I believe will work for South Africa. And Golden Arrow is very aware of the structure. So basically what we've got is we've got the funding vehicle. Okay, this could either be the bus company itself, or it could be a special purpose vehicle that the bus company is involved in, either as an equity contributor or as an off-taker, in other words, a client of the SPV. And the SPV basically owns the vehicles, but it also raises the finance to fund those vehicles. And then it makes those vehicles available on a long-term contracted basis to the bus company, okay? And the bus company, through a tariff, through some form of contracted payment, pays the SPV, and that is based on the operational savings that the bus company achieves. And then the SPV in turn will repay the funders. And that's to the left-hand side of the funders, which is then a blended finance approach. So that'll come from development finance institutions, which is the concessional funding, and then the private sector funders, which will be largely impact investors. So they will provide the blended financing to the SPV, and the SPV in turn will fund the buses. As I said, the bus company can choose to be part of the SPV, both from an investment point of view, but also from an operations and maintenance point of view. So I believe, and we've tested this and we've modeled it, that this approach to funding can work in South Africa, okay? As soon as two things happen. One, the vehicle operators are happy that the technology works, and we know that Golden Arrow are presently testing their first electric vehicle. So that's the first thing has to happen. And then secondly, obviously the bus operators have to start moving towards electric vehicles. We could have an SPV for each company, each bus operator, or we could look at doing a collective one. It does make it slightly more complicated because they will look at the credit risk of each of the bus operators. But once again, there are ways of mitigating this. So there is a solution. There is a funding solution, and that funding solution, as I said, is available as soon as the bus operators are happy that the technology is what we call commercially proven. Next slide, please. So I've ended with, once again, a quote, and I think the last sentence of the quote is an important one. This strategy requires long-term finance and investment. So hopefully through my presentation, I've said that, you know, as we move towards commercial technology, there is funding available, is funding structure available. There are sources of funding available to support this rollout. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah. Extremely insightful. Excuse me, sorry. Certainly that key takeouts say that the future of funding requires change, not only in approach, attitude, and commitment, but it's from all stakeholders that are going to be part of this process. I think from when you talk about the world, this is the industry's world. to start the process and remain committed going forward. Today's event is the start of it, and we hope to galvanize the energy and resources and expertise of everybody present for taking it forward. And I think also, just interestingly, the SPV model there provides also alternative revenue streams and investment opportunities for operators. So it's not necessarily having to limit themselves to operating the bus. The investment in that future model could provide serious alternatives. There you have it, folks. To use the tagline, it pays us to start this process and remain committed. Thank you, Jonathan. When we started this webinar planning, the program in today's webinar sought to start a coordinated approach for not only for sustainable transport, but to integrate alternative energy vehicles that will also contribute to our country as a developing economy. So next up, we've got Mr. Gaylaw Montmasson-Clare, who will cover issues related to harnessing electric vehicles for industrial development in South Africa. Gaylaw, by profession, is the senior economist for sustainable growth at the Trade and Industrial Policy Strategies, often referred to as TIPS. He leads TIPS work on sustainable growth. He's also a research associate at the University of Johannesburg Center for Competition, Regulation and Economic Development. He holds 2 master's degrees, respectively, in international affairs from the, excuse my French here, Gaylaw, Institut d'Etudes Politiques, which is the Sciences Po, that's in Grenoble, France, and also in Energy and Environmental Economics from the Grenoble Faculty of Economics in France. Gaylaw has been working on green economy issues for more than 12 years and carries extensive research on the transition to an exclusive green economy from a developing country perspective, with a focus on policy frameworks, industrial development, just transition, and resource security. Prior to TIPS, Gaylaw worked at the French Ministry of Economy and Finance, as well as the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP. Thank you for your time, Gaylaw, and welcome. And over to you.
Thank you so much, Basil, for the introduction, and thanks a lot for the invitation to this very topical and very timely event. Today, I'm going to share some findings from work that we conducted as TIPS jointly with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and NAMSA, the manufacturing association for automotives. So already you can see some synergies between the work being done by government and the private sector. And what we looked at specifically was to understand what could be done to support the development of the EV value chain in South Africa in multiple ways. Looking at passenger cars, looking at public transport, which is of course a strong interest for today, looking at the vehicle manufacturing overall, as well as supply chain. The report is available. There is a couple of links in the presentation to it. I can also share it afterwards. As a way of introduction, as you know, and it's been discussed at length today already, we are seeing a vibrant market for electric vehicles globally, but South Africa is still, like most of the world, a little bit on the back foot. There is, however, strong desire from industry as well as government to enter that market and to place South Africa as a key player when it comes to selling electric vehicles in all their forms, as well as, of course, manufacturing and producing them. So if we look at the passenger car market first, very briefly, we see, not a big surprise, that there is virtually no sales of electric vehicles, and that's even more so on the commercial side. We have about 6,000 or so electric vehicles in the country in all their form, if you count hybrids. And sales, as I tend to say, if I didn't put the numbers in the graph for electric vehicles, you wouldn't see it. It's very small, and we don't have a particularly good awareness or incentives for the sales of vehicles. And there's still a major obstacle, which is the capital cost premium. So that's the kind of situation in which we are at the moment. When it comes to charging station, it was presented quite at length about it. We don't see it as a major hindering factor at this point, particularly for passenger cars. There is sufficient infrastructure, certainly if we consider the number of vehicles that we have in the country. But there is a lack of awareness and visibilities, particularly for people who do not have EVs. But these are the prospective buyers. I think once you have one, those hurdles disappear. But that doesn't help you for prospective buyers, of course. So what are some of the key interventions that can be made to support the development of the market? And the first one really is to play with the VAT or your ad valorem excise duty that are fetched by any kind of goods that are sold in the country. And that's really to try and reduce the upfront cost, the high upfront cost that everybody's been mentioning. It's technically feasible to have a reduced VAT or reduced ad valorem duty. It would have a meaningful impact. But of course, in the case of passenger cars, it is somewhat sociopolitically difficult to justify, because you end up providing a subsidy to electric vehicles, which tend to be bought by high-income households. You can play a little bit with custom duties in order to provide a living playing field. There is an issue with the battery electric vehicles coming from Europe that fetch a higher duty than other vehicles in the country. And that could be addressed so that everyone or every vehicle fetches the same duty. The challenge is, of course, that there's no guarantee that there would be a price path through to customers. Finance was discussed quite at length in the previous presentation. Is of course important. Preferential finance or different type of finance model would be important. It's technically feasible. It would have meaningful impact. But again, we need to be careful about the regressive impact when it comes to passenger cars, especially if we're looking at providing lower interest rates, for example, to particular markets. We want to make sure that it's progressive in itself. And then we can look at targets, fleet level targets. So, whether it's been done in Europe particularly, or for example, to say manufacturers or brands need to sell a particular amount of EVs. It would send the right signal, but it is quite difficult to put the right target, and it might not trickle down really to manufacturing because it might just lead to spur inputs. So what we see in terms of policy implications is that we're trying to reduce the upfront cost of EVs. EVs are already cheaper to run. It's been highlighted many times, but they're still more expensive to purchase. So playing with the VAT and the ad valorem, the duties and the finance can do that. In terms of the quid pro quo from industry, then we have to see reduced prices for the vehicles. Maybe some sort of targets. They could be aspirational targets, but some sort of commitments to actually bring the vehicles and market them. And of course, development of the manufacturing and all the supply chain. For it to be socially acceptable as well, we'll need to see kind of short-term conditional government support, particularly when it comes to passenger cars, because we end up subsidizing a particular part of the market. And we would need some sort of long-term policy certainty. That's of course important. And we think it would need to be technology neutral. So we don't differentiate between fuel cells, battery, hybrid, mild hybrid, which all have a particular role in the market. And we think at the first, it should not be discriminatory in the policy intervention. over and above those kind of 4 main key primary interventions, there's a wide array of secondary interventions that can be implemented, which I'm not going to run through now, which can really play with maybe with having kind of a rebate or fee-based system. You can play with taxes on cars. You can play with the operational cost. I mean, it's already beneficial, but you can widen that, playing with the fuel cost or with administrative and associated costs, for example, like licensing, insurance, and parking. And you can do quite a bit as well through non-financial incentives or raising customer awareness. But all those kind of secondary interventions are important and they should be looked at, but they're not big in themselves to tip the balance compared to the first 4 that I mentioned. So important to understand that there's a whole ecosystem of potential interventions that can be implemented. If we turn our attention to public transport, well, we find that, of course, public transport is critical because that's what moves the bulk of the population. Car ownership is still very segregated in the country. And if we want to inclusive rollout of e-mobility in the country, we need to look at public transport, and that's buses and minibuses, which obviously is the focus for today's discussion. If we look at the particular interventions, what you find is that they're relatively similar to some extent. You can play with the VAT and the ad valorem, again, to reduce the upfront cost. But here, it's a lot easier to justify socio-politically because you're targeting a different market. The question is just about opportunity cost. You know, if you obviously provide support, financial support to an industry, you can't put your money somewhere else. But apart from that, it's very valuable and easier to justify. You can promote electric minibuses through the existing TRP, the taxi recapitalization program. It's existing mechanism. And again, I think it's quite easy to justify, but it has cost implications that would need to be considered. Preferential finance or different kind of financial model, important as well. But again, here, you know, very progressive intervention when we're looking at buses and minibuses. So very easy to justify. And public procurement, particularly for buses, is critical. There's a strong localization link, but it does require proactive and resourceful municipalities when it comes to supporting the rollout of e-buses really in the country. What we see is that across the board, you know, the interventions would be quite progressive and they are required for a just transition to e-mobility. So we actually see this as quite crucial going forward. The mechanisms to reduce the upfront cost are similar to passenger cars. It's the VAT, the ad valorem, excise duty, the finance, and also the TRP. And there is a very strong alignment with manufacturing, as we'll discuss just now, which can be reinforced through public procurement as well as the TRP. Again, we think that it should be technology neutral, as all technologies have a role to play in that. Like for passenger cars, there's a wide array of secondary or complementary interventions, which again, I'm not going to run through, but are very similar to some extent to the passenger cars, although there are some additional ones, for example, around testing that could be implemented. Or also maybe vehicle right sizing is a good one to mention. If we move to industrial development in the manufacturing of vehicles, what you find is that, of course, South Africa is a strong manufacturer of automotive vehicles and parts and components. It's really an important industry for the country, but you have different markets. If you look at the passenger cars, you've got a market that's very much part of global dynamics. You know, roughly half the vehicles produced are exported, produced locally are exported, and roughly half of the vehicles sold are imported. So very much part of global dynamics. And you know, we are number 22nd in the world when it comes to production of automotive vehicles. So we are important in South Africa, looking at an industry that's important in South Africa, but relatively minor by global standards. And importantly, the exports of the automotive industry go primarily to Europe and to the US, two markets that are heavily shifting to electric vehicles at the moment. There's only one hybrid passenger car produced in South Africa, that's the Mercedes. But there is some production of niche vehicles like refrigerant front truck, three-wheeler utility vehicles, for example, that are being produced. If you look at bus production, you'll know that better than me, I'm sure. You have some strong OEMs supported by local body manufacturers, but relatively weak local content overall. What's important for our discussion is that there's quite a good synergy between the local market for demand and for supply. So there's very little kind of import and export. So there's a very symbiotic relationship around the bus market, and that's really provides opportunities. When it comes to the minibus production, we have a very strong market dominated by Toyota, which is almost monopolistic, but a couple of other developments, particularly around BAW, as well as some interesting dynamics around conversions, for example, with EV Dynamics. So importantly, a very good symbiotic relationship between local developments or local supply and local demand. If we look at interventions, what you find is that the existing mechanism to support manufacturing, which is the APDP, the Automotive Production and Development Program, is the most straightforward avenue. It could be used to provide additional support to electric vehicles, but one of the challenges is that, of course, the automotive industry overall, when it comes to manufacturing, is already quite well supported by government. So additional support would have to come with some sort of quid pro quo. Pulling local manufacturing to local demand, we think that in the short to medium term, it's only relevant for buses and minibuses. And in the cases of passenger cars, we are far from having the critical demand in the country that would drive manufacturing. But certainly in the case of buses and minibuses, there's a huge opportunity. And then we could have fleet level targets. Again, that would send the right signal, but it might not trickle down to manufacturing. So we certainly think that the manufacturing of e-buses and e-minibuses is closer than the manufacturing of electric passenger cars. And that's really an opportunity that we should seize. There is, however, some degree of misalignment when it comes to market development and industrial development overall, but it's less so when it comes to the bus market, interestingly. There's a very strong role for domestic demand, particularly again from buses and minibus taxis. The stimulation of the manufacturing would primarily come from the APDP, but what we would need to see from industry then as a quid pro quo is investment and supply chain development. Again, there are a number of other interventions, particularly in the additional support that can be provided through development finance, infrastructure provision, for example, a small business development that can be utilized to support the industry. Last area that I want to touch on is supply chain. The supply chain, if we look at a supply chain of an electric vehicle versus ICE, you see that there's a number of overlap. These are kind of the blue components where, produce a door, it's a door, produce a tire, it's a tire. But there are obviously a number of differentiators. In green, new parts of the value chain are rising, be it from the battery side or the fuel cell side and hydrogen side. And some parts that would be reduced or fall away, certainly. So important to think about how we develop the supply chain going forward. Also important to think about the minerals. We have a lot of the minerals in South Africa. Certainly, this is using the example of lithium-ion batteries. We have a number of minerals in South Africa to produce lithium-ion batteries, but we have even more in the region. That's certainly the case when looking at Southern Africa and at the continent overall. When it comes to mineral beneficiation to battery grade, for example, we have long-standing experience and expertise, but there's little domestic refining of minerals for battery production. At this point, only manganese and aluminium are refined to battery grade. And there's some interesting development around nickel, even lithium that's coming from Zimbabwe, and maybe even titanium. We've done an entire study, a separate study on the development of the lithium-ion battery value chain in South Africa, which you can access through the link here. If we look at our exports of components, what we find is that it's heavily biased towards the combustion engine. It's catalytic converters, engine parts, radiators, and engines. And that's all very biased towards, of course, our main markets of Europe, essentially, as well a little bit of India. And that's all at risk going forward. But there's interestingly some really good developments in the value chain in terms of lithium-ion batteries, in terms of vanadium batteries, in terms of charging infrastructure, of course, we've heard, but also fuel cells. And this is not meant to be an exhaustive list at all, but some really interesting developments happening in the country. So what can be done to support the industry? Again, that would have to go primarily through the APDP. But we know that the APDP has not delivered on supply chain development as much as we would have liked. There's some new changes arising in the APDP, and hopefully they will improve that. We need to think about our mineral beneficiation policy, but that's only viable from a standpoint of already being competitive. But we need to think about what it means to have development pricing, maybe export taxes on particular minerals, certainly where we have strong positions like manganese. And we need to look at value chain development. That really should focus on our strengths, which is battery manufacturing, not cell manufacturing, and the components, like battery management system, for example. And a mix of measures here would be important around finance, testing, R&D, skills development, and market access. So in terms of policy implications, it's clear that we have the raw materials in the region and in South Africa that provides the basis to look at value chain development. It's not a competitive advantage in and of itself, it's a comparative advantage. But we need to build on this to develop our key strengths, which is battery, cells manufacturing, and mineral beneficiation. And we need a comprehensive policy framework, which is top-down through the APDP, as well as bottom-up through our beneficiation policies for our mineral beneficiation policies. And that looks at the ecosystem support, the value chain development support. Again, once more, I'm not going to go through, there's a number of other complementary interventions that could be looked at. It's all available in the presentation and the report as well. So in conclusion, what we find is that the development of e-mobility is quite multifaceted. And if we're looking at having a policy framework, we need to have serious discussion about the various components of it. But we need to have a trial and error approach that doesn't discriminate effectively between technologies, but try to support the market and send the right signal. Effectively, the time to act is now. There's many more areas to explore, but what is clear is that it shouldn't hinder progress. And it's pleasing to see that there is increasing interest by government and by industry to move in that direction, and particularly to work together to support that move going forward. Again, there's a link to the reports should you be interested. Thank you so much. I look forward to discussion.
Great stuff and much appreciated. Thank you, Gelo, for again, a very balanced view that allows all our stakeholders present today and those who will access it later to assimilate into their thinking and planning forward. I think just from my perspective anyway, the key takeaways, that lack of awareness, I think, is a great opportunity for us to start collaborating towards getting awareness improved. By very nature of this webinar, this event was primarily driven by the prohibitive costs at startup, the excise duty, the high upfront costs, and the manufacturing non-alignment per se. So, and again, coming through in your presentation, policy certainty, which speaks to government's requirements to start really taking us forward with proper policy certainty. But certainly from an industry point of view, today demonstrates we want to take a leadership role. with all the experts and available expertise to guide us going forward. And for me, I think you touched a very significant issue around the supply chain. You know, the industry has a long and extended value chain and supply chain, but critically, the history behind our lack of exploitation of beneficiation of minerals is a long-standing historical one. This also presents another opportunity to feed into government's macro strategy and position on ensuring beneficiation locally, as opposed to the great export that we do. But thank you very much, Kelo, and yeah, for also creating the links there for everybody to access. Okay, folks, we're down to our last speaker today. And by way of introduction, or just as a preamble, carbon tax has been with us for a while now, but I'm still somewhat surprised by many of my industry colleagues that still show some ignorance and unawareness, not only in terms of its existence and the legislative aspects, but the impacts thereof. So I think it's an ideal taper off to give us an industry operator perspective. Dr. Lumka Wanda, who was central to designing a position document, will present the findings and the position from the Larimar Group. For context, the Larimar Group also encompasses Patco, which is a bus operation with a long standing in the industry. Dr. Wanda, by way of profession, is a managing executive at Larimar, heading up the Midrand operations. He started his long and illustrious academic journey way back in 1990 with a National Diploma in Industrial Engineering, and it has culminated in a PhD in Mechanical Engineering Management in 2018. His career path has seen him specialize in the field of engineering, whilst also teaching along the way, consulting, conducting and publishing academic research and speaking at various conferences in Germany and the USA. Dr. Wanda is a member of the JERA Technical Committee that deals with vehicle standards for buses, trucks, and motor vehicles, and he's also a member of the Engineering Council of South Africa, ECSA, and the American Institute of Industrial Engineers. He will now talk to us about the carbon tax issues emanating from the position paper for the Larimar Group. Thank you for your time, Dr. Wanda, and your participation. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much, Basil, for allowing me to talk. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, Lamka.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm the last speaker. Obviously, my presentation is very short. I'm aware that we had a very long day of presentation. And I'm going to be a bit shorter in terms of the presentation. I'm also lacking the fact that to know, like, can you see my presentation?
Perfect, thank you.
Yes. I'm also lacking in the sense that I'm the last speaker, memory touch on some of the issues that I wanted to talk about on my presentation. Basically, the presentation today, basically it looks at onwards in terms of Patco, in terms of the carbon tax, how it affects us and as a group. So this is what I'm going to share on the presentation. So I'm going to be, as I said, I'm going to be a bit shorter. I'm not going to take a lot of time. Basically, when we look at it from our side, basically we ask ourselves why we have to pay a carbon tax. Basically, it comes from the fact that the greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide and methane, are actually like steadily increasing since the beginning of industrial revolution. Apart from that, from us as an operator, we use a lot of fossil fuel to power our buses. And this is a major contributor of CO2 emission. Going forward, basically, as I said, you know, as a country, we are a carbon-intensive economy. Obviously, there's a lot of resources which are carbon-based, and also the fact that, you know, like this, if you look at things like our power stations are coal-fired, that increase the greenhouse emission. If you look at us in general, like as a transport sector, it has been said by some of the speakers like Hiten in the morning and Gary and etc. We look at like, we contribute a lot in terms of like the emission. You know, if you look at one of the studies that we've done overseas in Germany, in 2019, they say that, you know, like the transport sector contributed roughly about 23% of the CO2 emissions. So, and Hiten as well in the morning as well mentioned the fact that if you look at Gauteng as a base, for instance, like 91% of the emission comes from the transport sector. And then we also look at why we should pay a carbon tax. It is based on the fact that, you know, carbon tax is motivated by the fact that there is a 50% chances of temperatures to rise by 5 degrees by the year 2021. And if the temperature rises, we felt that the low-income countries will be affected first, even though they are not the main pollutant. Obviously, in South Africa, we're much better compared to our counterpart in the African state. But the impact we've seen it recently, like the heavy flood in Mozambique, the Durban flood in South Africa. So we felt that these are with us. And we also look in terms of like for both fairness and efficiency, we think a tax should be paid regardlessly where it comes from. So obviously, if you look at us as a bus industry, there's a number of areas where we felt that, you know, we contribute to the emissions. For instance, if I can just like highlight some of the things that we use a lot of tires, which we dispose them on the environment. I think a couple of you have seen this everywhere. Then if we look at in our areas, like in our operations, for instance, you know, we use like a paper-based ticketing system, which I think we should move away from this. And also as well, like this in terms of the buses, we use things like water to clean up the buses, as well as like fossil fuel to power buses. If you look at like, for instance, at PADCO, for instance, we are using like, I would say like roughly about 99% of our fleet are powered by fossil fuel, which is diesel. And this just like touch on what I've just said, we look at the impact and we said, if we were to use PADCO, for instance, as an example, you know, and us in our workshop, we use a lot of grease and as well as oil. These are disposed, obviously, I think will be taxed for this. In other areas as well where we felt that, you know, will be affected, like is areas like manufacturing, where we manufacture things like buses and etc. You know, buses got certain life. There's things that we dispose, like, you know, like the A units, like engine, gearboxes, and differential. So obviously this impact on the environment. And if we look in terms of the administration in our HR, basically, like we use a lot of paper to print like pay slips, and we use a lot of paper for things like clock cards and etc., which it really touches on the issue of like carbon tax. And then we also look basically like this has been updated briefly by memory area this morning. You know, we did a sort of a simulation to look at how much will carbon tax cost us as PARCO. Basically, we had an estimated price in 2020. We thought that it was actually like 120 rand per CO2, per ton of CO2. And then we also estimated like roughly around about year 2020 to go up to like 132, but it's not very clear because the legislation is a bit ambiguous. This calculation is actually based on the formula that we extracted from the law that was actually passed in June 2019. We also felt that, you know, as an industry, there will be some sort of like losers and winners from the carbon tax, you know. And this is based on the fact that, you know what, if you look at the carbon tax, it's a very complex issue, really. Like it really like involves like the current and future effects of using fossil fuel. It goes a long way. But if you look at the current debate around the carbon tax, it's sort of like is very silent in terms of who will bear the impact of the carbon tax and who will benefit from the policies. It doesn't really touches on this, you know. I also saw as well, like from the presentation from memory. And also as well, what we look at, like if we look at us like as an industry, you know, like this, we felt that, you know, if you increase the prices of fossil fuel and the food associated with that, obviously it will affect the purchasing powers of the low-income people, you know, which is just like the people that we serve as in the industry. Really, if you look at that, really, like sometimes we felt that, you know, like this sort of tax system sometimes is more regressive than being proactive. Then in terms of like, if you look at the investment in general, like in South Africa, it's more concentrated on the upper income groups. Obviously, if you look at the lower income groups, they spend a hell of a lot of money on things like fuel, transport, and etc. We felt that, you know, like the low income citizen will have to bear the cost of the carbon tax. Because, you know, if you look at the industry, if they have this tax system, like for instance, like us, obviously we'll have to pass the cost to the consumers, which are passengers in the bus industry. We also just, as I said, like this, we try to look at a balanced approach in terms of the carbon tax. We sort of like look at what will be the advantages of this carbon tax. Basically, for us, as I said, like this, we use fossil fuel. If the carbon tax is there, obviously it forces us to move to things like biofuel, which we feel is very positive. We also look at the health aspects as well. If you look at the fossil fuel, there are a lot of health aspects in the industry. It affects like things like the air quality. Obviously, with moving to greener technology, it will help really like to reduce some sort of like respiratory diseases and also a number of chronic diseases that we see in our country. Apart from that as well, like this, we also felt that if we move to greener technology with a sort of like integrated transport, it will have like a positive impact in terms of like the traffic accident that we see in our roads. So we sort of like welcome this initiative from government to look at the greener technologies. And obviously The other side of the coin, basically, like is some of the disadvantages that we felt that there might be there. One of the issues that we look at it from our point of view, we felt that there might be, in terms of the disadvantages, like we have seen in South Africa, we felt that there might be some sort of like political resistance in terms of this new legislation. I wouldn't say it's new. I mean, like if you look at South Africans in general now, they're beginning to resist taxes that are very ambiguous. We have seen this, for instance, like lately with the introduction of e-tolls. This has not been very successful. And we also felt that a sort of a tax system that is very ambiguous like this, it might be faced with a political resistance. Apart from that as well, like the benefit of having the carbon tax, we felt that is very uncertain. I mean, up to now, there is no empirical evidence that carbon tax will really reduce the emission. We haven't got this sort of evidence. And this as well, like based on this sort of like uncertainty, we have seen, for instance, like in terms of the South African, in terms of like resisting this type of things. South Africans, once we have the system in place, I mean, I'll use an example like the VAT, which we saw like over a year ago, it was actually like introduced like 1%. So once the tax is there, it is very easy like to increase this. Obviously, like if you look at the South Africans, I think like this will resist to see this coming from the first time, because once it's there, it will be very easy for government just like to roll it out. The last part as well, like this, if you look at it in terms of the industry itself, in particular us as a bus industry, majority of our revenues, they come from subsidies that we get from government. Obviously, if there is a tax like this that we have to pay as an industry, obviously we'll ask government to increase the subsidies. Or alternatively, what we'll see, we'll find some sort of like us like asking for an exemptions. And we have seen this as well with like the e-tolls. I think tax operators as well, they might ask for some sort of an exemption. If that happens, obviously it defeats the benefit of introducing the carbon tax. There's one issue as well in terms of like the disadvantages. Just to really like conclude, as I said, like this, we feel that carbon tax in its current format is a bit ambiguous, in a sense that there is not very clear how, if we have to pay this, how government will measure our emission that is imposed by the transport sector. That is one issue. Apart from this as well, something that, I think Memory touched on it, they say they're discussing this with the unions. We have seen this from us as a company, like they are very concerned that if this tax come into effect, it will impact in our jobs. Apart from that as well, this as a country, it will also like reduce our competitiveness in terms of our price in the export market. These are some of the issues. And the sort of like the last debate in terms of the energy, I mean, from the transport point of view, we felt that if this sort of tax system is actually like imposed on us, obviously the argument from the transport sector, they'll say like, if you look at Eskom, for instance, in terms of the energy investment, we still continuing with a coal-based system. Obviously, government have to look at that so that that will be balanced. That's basically my story in terms of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanda. Again, and in keeping with good panelist approach today, a very balanced view, giving us pros and cons, as well as who wins, who loses from the carbon tax policy implementation. Some of the key takeaways there, I think uncertainty and ambiguity speaks again to the policy uncertainty. But I think that can be addressed with consistent enforcement. Once a law or regulation is gazetted and enacted, I think our primary failing as authorities and collaboratively is the lack of consistent enforcement. So you get the early adopters facing highly punitive perceptive costs versus those who are not compliant. To some of your issues, we have a policy webinar coming up on the 11th of May that talks to the future of subsidization and policy relating to that. And we are hoping that will create some bigger, robust discussions. And just to touch on one of the issues you raised on paper-based ticketing, there is a gazette out and a document that's been generated for discussion via SABOA from the government on an automated fare collection system encompassing an integrated single card multimodal implementation that's imminent. And I think there are tenders currently afoot being drafted in that regard, and SABOA is conducting survey and request for submissions on that. But yeah, I think critically we need to allow for the sharing of this burden and avoid passing of the costs, because again, ultimately in public transport, it affects the most vulnerable and those that spend the largest amount of money towards travel and mobility. So we want to avoid anti-sentiment and resistance at all costs. So I think that also gives this forum and all stakeholders present food for thought and allows us to coordinate our approach going forward. Thank you once again, Dr. Wanda. Folks, yeah, that brings us to the panel discussion for the second part. So whilst the panelists are lining up their videos and getting on, I've noted some of the questions, and I see some have been, thank you, Galo. I think you've interacted and noted some of the questions, but let me just backtrack in terms of
we just ask that all the panelists, Basil, all the panelists should switch on their videos, please, and unmute.
Correct. Okay, Harry, are we good? There we go.
You see, yeah.
I've got Winston, Jonathan. We're looking for Galo. I think he's present. Okay, there we go. All right, panelists, yeah, just taking it back to the timeline. I think the first one that came up was from Liesel de Vet. Can electric charging stations not be embedded in the current fuel service station networks to improve footprint of charging stations across South Africa? I'll let you decide and field on that. Then Ronnie Govender asked, specifically directed to Winston, what standard are you using for the charging ecosystem? Is it the European standard or the USA version? Going forward, unfortunately, Dr. Mashingambi had to depart, so I think I was of particular interest from Galos and or Jonathan, not necessarily that the other two are not directly related. From a Treasury point of view, that was a good feed through for Treasury to listen to, but I think she'll pick up and will ensure going forward that she's present. So I think, Winston, I see you answered that question in detail. Adrian posed a question to Galo, and I think in terms of the paradigm shifts, you've answered that as well. Coming further down from Duncan M. Should carbon taxes not be more intensive in developed countries which have century-long legacies of contributing to the problem as opposed to developing countries who are now being prejudiced? I think that was a question most suited perhaps for Dr. Memory, but we'll see what the panel's view is on that. I think those are the questions. There was a general comment from Carol Snyman to everybody, and I think it endorses what panelists have said in terms of the time to act is now, but you'll address that in your closing summary. Harry, I'm not sure if you've got anything else on your side in terms of Q&A.
The guys on YouTube are quiet. There's no questions on YouTube, so my side is fine.
All good, all good. So there you have it, panelists. I think it was very directed. And maybe, Harry, we utilize the time to maybe just go around the panel, and if they talk to those particular questions raised, and then do their closing comment. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I think it's fine. The panelists could answer the question and at the same time do his closing comments.
Sure. So maybe we start with Winston.
Great.
Seeing as there were some questions. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe to just elaborate on the answer, and that is there's maybe a misconception that we select a standard that we should use. And that's not the case. So if you look at the broad difference in standards, so the American standard versus the European standard, the American standard is designed for a single phase charging network. The European standard is designed for a three-phase charging network. So if we bring the American standard here, we're doing ourselves badly in, because we're a three-phase network in this country. So it's not a choice. It's a piece of research that should be done by clever people and should make a decision and inform. It's not it shouldn't be, oh, this is what we must use, or that it must be, we make it because we're a three-phase country. So there was strong leadership from any entities by the time we had to start deploying charging infrastructure. So we had to make that call. And that call to us was quite logical. Through a three-phase country, get a three-phase standard plug. And what's the easiest plug to associate with that when it comes to DC? And that was CCS. Because if you look at the other DC standard, which is CHAdeMO, it's a standalone standard. It does DC only, no integrated AC. So we chose to use the European standard, which is type 2, and effectively follow the European DC standard, which is CCS. And I maintain that is by far the best decision for this country. And also the majority of manufacturers by far are using that as the standard now across the world, even in Europe, even in America. So it's really not American versus US standard. It's single phase versus three phase is the discussion that we should be having. And if I can just make one other comment on the carbon tax side, and think we can interfere with carbon taxes, we should just stay away from them, because this is like nature. You know, if you think you're going to remove the lion out of the cycle because he's killing people, then suddenly you find all sorts of other implications happening. There was a mention on carbon taxes to say, well, maybe you don't do it for public transport. I would say absolutely you impose it on public transport, because that'll put public transport under pressure to use solar energy, which will put them under pressure to use electric buses, which will put them under pressure to clean up the whole value chain. So either you don't mess with it at all and you just impose carbon taxes broadly across the field, or if you mess with it, you really need to understand that those implications are probably going to be adverse because you don't understand all of the dynamics in that. But as a closing comment, it was a great conference. I think I learned a lot today with all the different people on the forums. And I think the time is right. It's now that we've got to start making aggressive moves towards electric vehicles. And what we need to do is have the barriers taken out of the way. And with all due respect from a government perspective, the taxes are a serious barrier. That barrier is going to slow down development. It is going to slow down our ability to participate in this industry going forward. And it is going to slow down or adversely affect the attitude of many, many companies, mostly OEMs, to South Africa by saying we're not going to even bother with South Africa because the market is too small and the margins are too low. There's no opportunity, and that will put us badly behind, really, really badly behind. So I think something we've got to really consider very seriously is what that impact is and how we deal with that.
Thank you, Winston.
Thank you, Winston.
Great stuff. I'll move to Galo. Galo, I think, and maybe you will talk to the issue from Liesel, is the concept of charging stations being embedded in the fuel outlet networks, if that's at all possible, given that grid and the map. Perhaps, you know, you and Winston were talking to that. Is that possible? And yeah, and your overall comments, you have commented and responded accordingly, and your closing comments.
Yeah, thanks so much, Basil. I think that's really great. Yeah, there's three main points I'll make. I mean, in closing, really. The first point is, I think, is around the question that was in the chat around this sort of attitude and the paradigm shift that needs to happen, both in government, and I think Winston's points are fair in terms of there's no policy signal at this point. We don't actually have positive policy signals coming out of our policies, and in the private sector as well. And we need to be a lot more proactive because this is the future of our industry. The choice is not to bury our head in the sand and say, oh, we'll carry on and produce ice and stay with this. Yeah, we may be able for some years to do that, but then it will come to a very abrupt stop, and we will suffer the consequences.
Yes.
So, we need to be proactive and say, let's build our EV industry on the back of our existing industry so that we can transition on the market side and in terms of our exports. And that comes to the carbon tax as well. People don't realize that we do need those signals when it comes to the carbon tax. And on top of that, if we don't impose a carbon tax domestically, it's going to be imposed on us by our trading partners.
Correct.
Just out of interest, from the 1st of January 2023, the European Union is going to impose a carbon tax at its border for any good entering the European Union. If it hasn't been taxed domestically where it comes from, it will be taxed at the border. We don't know all the details on that yet. They're about to be released later this year, but that will have an impact on South African exports. And if you ask me, do I want to have a carbon tax in South Africa, or do I want to finance the carbon tax in the EU? I think the choice is pretty obvious. I'd rather the money stays in South Africa, can be reused and recycled domestically, than we end up financing the European Union's transition. So I think we mustn't be completely short-sighted when it comes to those implications. We're part of a global dynamics. And then the last point I'll make is we also need to be proactive to make sure that we have a just transition towards e-mobility. And that means a number of things. That means, A, bringing the technology to everyone. Because we know that for now, e-mobility has been primarily targeting quite high-income households, or it's we need to be able, particularly for buses and minibuses, to bring the technology to all. It's critical. Then there's of course the commercial market, which is somewhat different. But we also need to be proactive to manage the impacts. What's going to happen to, you mentioned petrol stations. What's going to happen to those petrol stations? Of course, some of the fast chargers could be located in petrol stations, but we mustn't forget that about 80 to 90% of charging happens at home, or at the office. So the potential for putting a fast charger in every single petrol station, I feel is very unrealistic. I mean, frankly, it's not going to happen. So we need to understand what's going to happen to people who work in petrol stations. What about mechanics that rely on the current industry? When we know that electric vehicles do need less maintenance, what's going to happen on the manufacturing side? This is all manageable if we are proactive. And I think that's the key message from me. We need to be proactive. We need to start moving so that there are some little short-term trade-offs or implications that need to be dealt with, and that we give ourselves the space and the time to address those and to maximize the benefits.
Thank you, Gelo. Jonathan, I'll come to you for closing, because I think we look to people playing in the funding space and the economics as our ultimate saviors. But ahead of that, Dr. Wanda, you have any closing comments on your side to tap off? Dr. Wanda? I'll come back to you.
For us,
right.
really like this, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, Basil.
Yeah, go on. You lost me there. I said,
Yeah,
yeah, do you have any closing comments?
Okay, thank you so much, Basil. I think for us, we really welcome the presentation today. It's quite good. You know, we like the presentation about the electric. Also felt that, you know, I think maybe like in future, in terms of this debate, we must also look at things like CNGs, the buses that are actually powered by gas. I think it will actually help us. Really, like I think we, as a company, I'm talking from the PATCO point of view, we want to look at the sort of like the wider mix of the vehicles. Obviously, the challenges when we look at this really like in the past as well was in terms of the charge stations. You know, like I was actually quite happy to see what has been done in terms of like the electric vehicles, in terms of the charge stations. I think if you look at the network, it goes very, very far. You know, I think a similar approach and maybe like future discussion in terms of the CNGs, I think that will help us a lot in terms of for buses. And also as well, it also opens eyes for us in terms of us solving these things, not wait until it's too late. We feel that, you know, we need to participate in future development and future discussions in terms of this. You know, I would say that thank you so much, really, like for the presentation today.
Thank you, Dr. Wanda. Jonathan, yeah, thank you. I know you had a time constraint and we tried to fit you best into that window. So thanks for indulging us with the delays there. And perhaps from you, final comments and overall approach before I give a final summation. Thank you, Jonathan.
So I think there's two messages. The one is that on a general basis, funding is going to penalize fossil-based assets. I mean, that is a certainty. And as I said, it's happening, and it's happening at pace. So even if you look domestically within the South African market, the number of impact funds established by asset managers and pension funds is growing at an alarming rate. But also the banks themselves are now appointing senior people within what they call sustainability finance. So they're moving the banks themselves. Okay, some are moving quicker than others, but it's happening. So we need to anticipate that. We need to anticipate that it's just not going to be possible to finance, or it's going to be very expensive to finance fossil fuel-based vehicles. But secondly, and more importantly, on the positive side, the market is actually rewarding you if you move towards green-based transport. And this is where the concessional funding comes in, and where the impact investors will provide more competitive funding. So I think as an industry body, and as operators, I think you need to start making that transition now. But also you can make the transition now, despite the higher capital costs of EV buses, because there is a financial instrument that works. So I'm saying to you that financial instrument that methodology can be applied as soon as the operators are happy that the buses are commercially proven, the technology is commercially proven. They can roll it out. And I'm not suggesting, you do it overnight, but the process has to start. And then on top of that, if you can add renewable energy-based power to your depots, which, for example, Golden Arrow is doing, it makes the case even stronger. So then you're effectively reducing the cost of the energy, the power to charge those buses as well. So it's sort of a double benefit. So I'm saying the time is now. It can be done. We don't have to wait.
Great, Jonathan. Thank you, panelists, for great participation and input. Harry, I have a request. A good well done all round to both sets of panelists. And in my summation now, I'll talk to the way forward. Harry, I have a request from Gideon, just to have a final short last comment. Gideon, are you still online?
Just a quick one.
I think. Oh, there you go. There you go.
I think this is really exciting times, and I'm a real sucker for quotable quotes, and I think there's two that we need that summarize what we're doing here today. If I look at Carl's comment of we need to act, and we need to act now because the window of opportunity for local manufacturing is closing because there's other guys moving into that space. So that's a starting point. And then just to add on that, I think it is Nick Benadel from the Wits Business School that I've more than once heard using the phrase to say the opportunity of a lifetime needs to be used in the lifetime of the opportunity. So a real cliche and all that, but yes, we need to use this one while it's there. So I think Carl and Nick's comment really summarized for me what is really exciting times and what we spoke about today.
Thank you so much.
Harry,
I don't know if Ethan also want to say a few words, perhaps.
Did you say Heaton wants to say something?
No, I'm asking if you want to.
I think, not much to add what's been said already, but I think a fruitful event and information exchange and much needed for the possible, public transport space and commercial applications as well. So we look forward to future collaborations and engagements to unlocking opportunities going forward.
Thank you,
Thanks again for putting this together as well and coordinating.
100%, 100%. Harry, I'll let you have the last parting shot, but I just want to say from my side and on behalf of SABAWA and the industry, thank you everybody, panelists, for committing and making time available. I think it's the start of a very important dialogue. We're certainly going to take this momentum, and I commit to coordinating the process going forward because it's going to be a series of discussions. I just want to alert everybody, just in case you're wondering, we had tried, Harry and myself had tried our very best to get the NDOT to be a part of the process. Because ideally I wanted to ensure alignment to policy and regulation within the transport macro policy. And it's even more crucial given the imminent subsidy policy document that's going to be released and which we are hosting the first webinar on the revised subsidy policy document on the 11th of May. So make a note to flag that. But despite our persistence and best efforts, we were not successful in getting the NDOT on board, sadly so. But we'll ensure that for future reference, we try and get somebody committed to walk the long walk with us from the beginning. So the intention for this was to ensure an inclusive and collaborative platform. I commit to, and please everybody keep engaging so that we can narrow down to getting, I wouldn't narrow it down to the expert, but a good solid panel that's all encompassing for us to continue the dialogue and engagement with government and other stakeholders and ensure we've got best practice, best benchmarks taking us forward. But having said that, I think we've set a good base for the continued momentum in the sphere. And from a SABAWA perspective, thank you to Harry and the Transport Forum and your sponsors for enabling us to host this on your platform, Harry. And thanks to everybody who attended on YouTube and registered. And to our panelists, humble and great thank you. I think you created such a interesting and diverse arena of information that everybody is going to be looking forward to being part of it going forward. Thank you, everybody. Over to you, Harry.
Thank you, Basil. Thank you, Sabawa, for being our host today, and for Basil being an excellent master of ceremonies. We really appreciate it, Basil, and thank you also for mentoring me into the bus and coach industry. I really learn a lot from you, and I really appreciate your guidance, and thank you very much for what you are doing. The Transport Forum, I don't think there will be an event the rest of April with all the public holidays and so on, but May is already full. I think there's already something like 5 events scheduled for May, but we'll keep you guys posted. So thank you very much for attending, and we're looking forward to see you people online. We will send you now a feedback form later on today to give feedback on this event, and also some suggestion for future topics. We really appreciate your feedback. Thank you very much, and please take care. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Harry. Cheers, everybody.
Yes.